Sorry?
Stored.
One, two. Sorry?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats as we are about to start our official program. I would like to invite all our delegates, all our guests who are still in the lobby area, kindly make your way to your seat as we will start our program very, very shortly. I believe that our high-level delegation has arrived, so kindly do take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call. Kindly take your seats. We are ready to start. Kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now please ask you to rise for the arrival of our Honourable Deputy Minister and her delegation. It's good for the blood circulation, so be with us. We'll be seated for quite some time today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can give them an applause. Please remain standing for the singing of the national and AU anthems. Thank you. You may be seated. Honourable Tom Alwendo, Minister of Mines and Energy of the Republic of Namibia, represented by the Honourable Deputy Minister Cornelia Kashimbinjola Shilunga, Mr. Jason Kasutu, yes ma'am, I got your name, the full one, the birth one. Mr. Jason Kasutu, Chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia and host of the second Namibia Oil and Gas Conference, Mr. Cons Karamata, CEO of the Economic Association of Namibia and host of the second Namibia Oil and Gas Conference, Ms. Nangula Wanja, Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, or in short, NIPDB, and partner host, Mr. Epson Wanguta, Managing Director, NAMCOR and partner host, Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, Managing Partner, SNC Incorporated and partner host, Ms. Maggie Shino, Petroleum Commissioner from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, His Excellency Dr. Umar Farouk Ibrahim, Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers, industry leaders, speakers, moderators, valued sponsors, the organizing committee of the Oil and Gas Conference, our valued media partners, members of the online community, esteemed delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. I'm not so convinced by that greeting. I'll try again from my side. Good morning. Good morning. Much better. A heartfelt welcome to you all. My name is Rochelle Locke, your program director for the next 2 days, and it is indeed an immense honor to stand here before you as we embark on this significant journey together. As I said earlier, the second edition of the Oil and Gas Conference, hosted here in the capital of the vibrant and beautiful nation of Namibia. Today we gather not merely to discuss the future of oil and gas, of the oil and gas industry, but also to chart a course that will define our nation's path towards sustainable prosperity. This year, we convene under the powerful theme, the next steps towards a prosperous oil and gas industry to power Namibia's sustainable future. This theme is not just a statement of intent, it is a call to action. Namibia, with its rich natural endowments, strategic location, and steadfast dedication to sustainable development, is indeed the ideal host for such a critical gathering. Do you agree with me? I'll keep on trying during the day. It's still early. Our country, ladies and gentlemen, stands at the crossroads of opportunity and innovation, of offering a unique blend of stability, forward-thinking governance, and a deep respect for our environment. And this is exactly why Namibia is not only a gateway to Africa's energy future, but also a beacon of how that future can be shaped responsibly and inclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us an assembly of some of the most influential minds in the industry, leaders who have not only the vision, but also the expertise to guide us through the complexities and opportunities that lie ahead. This conference, hosted by the Economic Association of Namibia in partnership with NIPDB and the Hans Seidel Foundation, supported by our strategic partners NAMCOR and SNC Incorporated, represents a collective commitment to ensuring that our natural resources are harnessed in a way that not only benefit all Namibians, but will also contribute to the global energy landscape. So whether you are here with us in person or joining from afar via our online platform, your presence and participation are crucial. We're a community united by a shared vision, and it is through collaboration, dialogue, and mutual respect that we will achieve the breakthroughs necessary to power a sustainable future. Before we dive into the discussions ahead, allow me just to cover a few housekeeping points to ensure that our time together is both productive and comfortable. Restrooms are conveniently located just outside this hall, to your right, down the passage, and right again. So please feel free to step out anytime should you need to. We kindly request that you switch all mobile or tech devices on silent or on vibrate. For those attending in person, I believe that you would have or will receive your meal vouchers, which is included in your registration packs. So lunch and refreshments will be served in the designated dining area, which we will announce later. So please do present your voucher to receive your meal. Then, very important, to all our esteemed speakers and panelists, you have each been allocated specific time slots for your presentations. We kindly remind you to stay within those time frames to ensure that our schedule runs smoothly and that each voice is heard. So, I actually have, and if I can just ask my dear friend, Clemens. So, think of being on next to your favorite soccer team, watching them. So, I've got 2 cards. Again, this is for our speakers and presenters. The yellow card means 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes remaining. When I show you the red card, you'll go to the sin bin, because then you've overstepped your time. So let's work together on that one. There'll be ample time for networking during the coffee breaks and social events. So we really want to encourage you to take advantage of these moments to connect, to share insights, and to build lasting relationships. So ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey together, let's remain focused on the immense possibilities that lie ahead. With that, it is now my distinct pleasure to once again welcome you to this conference, to 2 days of impactful discussions, insightful presentations, and most importantly, collaborative efforts that will shape the future of Namibia's oil and gas industry. I expected you to at least give me a round of applause. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the formal proceedings, I'm now pleased to introduce our very first speaker, a leader whose commitment to economic development and sustainable growth is well known. Jason Kasutu is a development finance, economic development and public policy expert with over 15 years' experience in this field. As the chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia, with the board and management of the EAN, he's been instrumental in building the EAN as a leading think tank in Namibia. Jason is also the founder and managing director of Monasa Advisory and Associates, or just Monasa, which is a leading Namibian consultancy and advisory firm specializing in research, ESG, and corporate finance advisory. Monasa is also the advisory firm and partner to the largest industry, private, public, and international multilateral agencies across Africa. Monasa has been a principal advisor across industries such as oil and gas, renewable energy, green hydrogen, mining, and infrastructure. In 2019, Jason was appointed as a member of the high-level panel on the Namibian economy. He was recently appointed as a commissioner on the Law Reform and Development Commission of Namibia, with a focus on legislative economic reform. He's a keynote speaker at various national and international platforms on issues pertaining to economics and development finance. Jason holds a master's degree in development finance
Firstly, Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Cornelia Chilunga, His Worship the Mayor, Honorable Philippus Belhau, as well as the Deputy Mayor of Lutritz, Honorable Anna Marie Hetzenberg, Chairperson of the Management Committee of Lutritz Town Council. We say Menangula, so we say Menangula Wanja, CEO of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, board members of the Economic Association of Namibia, as well as our CEO, Mr. Kos Karamata, the chairperson of the board of NAMCO, Ms. Florencia Amwenye, as well as the managing director or acting managing director of NAMCO, Mr. Epson Wabuta, Ms. Maggie Chino, the Petroleum Commissioner, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Mr. Giano Bastos, Head of Upstream Gulf Energies, Mr. Shapa Nyambe, Managing Partner, SNC Incorporated, our key sponsors, international guests. If I really go through this list, I'll take up too much of your time in just trying to do a simple task of welcoming you all. I think importantly, it's very encouraging to see the room full, and I'm sure that we gain momentum as the next 2 days continue. But in being able to set the scene and in an effort to actually answer the question, why, thus giving you a warm deserved welcome, let me take a bit of time just to touch on the why. This year's second edition of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2024 is aptly themed the next steps towards a prosperous oil and gas industry to power Namibia's sustainable future. This really requires us to be able to locate the meaning of certain keywords that have been used in that theme. The question is, can the oil and gas industry be prosperous if the nation is not prosperous? Most definitely it can. After all, we can safely assume that for most part, Namibia has had a prosperous mining industry.
But has that equated to a prosperous nation? These are some of the difficult questions we need to ask ourselves. Therefore, maybe we should ask ourselves the question, what is a prosperous nation and what does a prosperous Namibia look like? According to our Human Development Index, Namibia is rated at 0.610, which puts us in the medium bracket. We rank 142 out of 193 countries. And it is quite a feat from 1990, from independence to where we are currently. Now, with the abundant resources that we've got, a stable democratic dispensation, in fact, some of my friends from the continent often make a joke. It's not a joke, it's in that way, but the way in which we were able to apply agility when our former head of state had passed on and transition to a new head of state within 24 hours was something that they often said to me is a triumph. Coupled with a healthy and welcoming investment environment, an independent judiciary, property rights, and an advanced financial system, where is the challenge? Then perhaps in answering that, the challenges are probably more underpinned in terms of the economic structure that is able to take us towards that prosperous nation. And what would that be defined by? A strong, number one, firstly, a strong, diverse economy, a social fabric that is underpinned by a good measure of public investment in quality, health, education, and social justice that ensures access for all, environmental sustainability, political stability and governance, cultural richness, and social cohesion. That's the prosperity we're talking about. So will the oil and gas exist in Namibia within this prosperity? Yes, it can. I'm certain that all players, local and international, are aligned with the need for ensuring sustainability. We have witnessed in other nations how citizens have watched the rigs and the tankers operate and leave their shores with the hydrocarbons, while at the same time witnessing an influx of foreign nationals driving big cars, living very well, working for the oil companies amidst a local citizenry living in a squalor of poverty. And this has resulted in regime change. Therefore, growth in GDP, taxes and royalties alone will not automatically result in the growth being inclusive growth. The reality is that given the recent discoveries that still need to be commercially actualized, can and will Namibia be able to absorb, accommodate, and service the oil and gas industry support requirements in order to create real, visible value in the country? Once we can answer that fundamental question and begin to focus on four key elements: one, knowledge and skills transfer; infrastructure; capital mobilization; and strategy, specifically in-country value creation strategy, we will then begin the journey towards addressing the theme of this conference. The mandate of the Economic Association of Namibia is to be a catalyst in the economic development agenda of the country, to serve as a think tank that, amongst others, ensures that conversations that take place between private, public, and civil society sectors reach policy. Hence, our hosting of the second edition of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference as part of the EAN's annual conference is how we bring our mandate to reality. This year we have witnessed an oversubscription. We had planned for 700. Yesterday the team informed me that we are at 930, which created a bit of nerves. But this really speaks to a threefold reality. One, Namibia wants to be ready. Two, the international community and players want to know how ready Namibia is. And three, all these parties want to see a sustainable, realistic roadmap that engenders a future successful case study, being Namibia's oil and gas sector. I think we have that commonality. As an Economic Association of Namibia, we have endeavored without any compromise to ensure that this conference targets the four elements I mentioned earlier: knowledge transfer, infrastructure requirements, capital mobilization, and in-country value creation strategy is really what we are trying to spark conversation around over the 3 days, with the master classes starting yesterday. These 3 days encompass really an ecosystem that comprises of master classes, sharing of lessons of experience from a lineup of over 60 distinguished speakers, an unparalleled networking opportunity, exhibitor showcasing, which is a new addition to this year, and ultimately insights that will guide national policy and strategy. Of course, making the EAN's mandate a reality has required the invaluable partnership with the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, the Hans Seidel Foundation, and strategic partnerships with NAMCO and SNC Incorporated. I'm very happy to announce, as we had also shared with the Honorable Minister of Mines and Energy 2 weeks ago in our debrief session, that the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference will now become an annual event, and the date for next year's conference will be announced during the course of the next 2 days. In conclusion, I'm wishing you the next 2 days of stimulating, value-adding discussions, networking, and enjoyment. Welcome to Namibia's premier oil and gas platform. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kasutu, for setting the stage so eloquently. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought it was just a Trump thing, but I have taken note that if you want to tag, so any pictures or anything on social media platforms, it's Namibia OGC24. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but yes, you've probably noticed that as well. Namibia OGC24, but we still Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a visionary leader who has been instrumental in driving investment and economic development in Namibia. Ms. Nangula Wanja, a chartered accountant by profession, is the CEO and chairperson of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. NIPDB, a public entity in the presidency, is tasked with a mandate of promotion and facilitating foreign and domestic investments, as well as promotion of the development of MSMEs. Until December 2020, Nangula served as a partner at PwC Namibia with over 20 years' experience in auditing, and has served as lead partner on audits of organizations across various sectors and industries. She's also been involved in non-audit work such as business advisory services, fraud investigation, presentations on the roles and responsibilities of directors, and a host of other related topics. Nangula was named Namibia's Businesswoman of the Year in 2011. Besides playing a role on the accounting auditing professional bodies, such as the Institute of Chartered Accountants and the Public Accountants and Auditors Board, she also served as a member of the Tax Court Appeal and was appointed as a member of the first Public Office Bearers Remuneration and Benefits Committee by the President of the Republic of Namibia from 2006 to 2009. As the dynamic CEO of NIPDB, she brings a wealth of experience and insight into the strategic direction of our nation's growth. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Nangula Wanja, who will guide us through the objectives and expected outcomes of this crucial conference.
Thank you very much, Roche. Good morning. I am like Roche, I like attention. So when I greet, I actually expect to be greeted back. Good morning. Good morning. But I'm still stuck in the yellow and the red cards. Did Jason get a yellow card? May I borrow some of his minutes? so that I don't get one. So we had a session at work about 2 weekends ago, and I was dishing out yellow and red cards to people for being on their phone while we are having a conference, a meeting and so forth. The bad news is I did not tell them at the beginning what the punishment are. What the punishment is. It's 2 weeks later, they are yet to receive the punishment. But it is interesting because I tell people I'm an auditor by profession, so I am supposed to be disciplined, and I'm usually disciplined except when I speak about what I'm passionate about. And then I tell people I'm an introvert, but then they don't believe me because when I'm passionate, I speak like an extrovert. So today is one of my passionate topics, and I'm excited to be here with you, and I'm excited, of course, to join Jason in welcoming all of you. The good news is I can stand on the protocol already observed. So I will just welcome our Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for joining us and for being part of this session. And of course, thank you to all our sponsors who are represented here today and who have decided to participate and to support us on this program. As NIPDB, we are excited to partner with the Economic Association of Namibia, the Hasidal Foundation, NAMCOR, SNC Incorporated, and then, of course, having the endorsement of our ministry. Last year we were here, and I think we were asking ourselves, apparently, or telling ourselves, apparently, they have found oil in Namibia. And apparently, it seems that there is something there. So, what now? This year, it looks like we have moved beyond apparently. And this year, we understand it is confirmed that there is oil off the coast of Namibia. It is confirmed that it's of significant quantum. However, can we produce it commercially? Will we be able to get the price that goes above the cost of the production? I think that is the question. And now, of course, as Namibia, we stand at the crossroads. In my language, we will say, "Otulipo katika mwaka na mwaka." We need to decide which way are we going to go. Are we going to sit down and wait to be told there is oil, it can be produced commercially, and then we start planning? Or are we going to plan as if there is oil? There is a saying that says that once someone was telling his CFO, let us train and invest in our people. And the CFO said, what if we train and invest them and they leave? And the CEO said, what if we don't train them and they stay? So, I think that is where we are. What if we don't plan? What if we don't have conversations like this? What if we don't invest? And then we are told, there is oil, we are starting to produce, or we need to produce tomorrow. But then there is no policy, there is no infrastructure, there are no skills, there is no this, there is no that. And therefore, I think by being here today, you have joined us in making a decision that let us rather plan as if Namibia will be an oil-producing country. And of course, we believe that we are blessed, and we believe that we are favored, and therefore let us not stand on luck, let us stand on that blessings and favor, and then let us do our part, which is planning for success. So today, let us have that belief, and that is why we are having this conference. The fact that, and I understand there's a new figure, my understanding was we are at least 850, and I am very, very pleased that more than, or at least up to 60% of that 850 is Namibians. And yes, we have got quite a presence of the international community with 40% representation. And therefore, we need to make sure that we deliberate and collaborate in a manner that brings up the possibilities of achieving the expected outcomes of this conference. What are the expected outcomes of these conferences? We know that we understand that countries have had two ways Some countries that have found oil and gas, they prospered, they grew, and they developed their economies. Other countries were not so lucky. I don't think we as Namibia will depend on luck. We are already blessed with the rule of her DNA because of the finds or discoveries of oil and gas. We need to be good stewards of these resources that God has entrusted on us. God has entrusted us with minerals. We talk about solar, wind, and other energy resources. And then, of course, we are now talking about oil and gas. Are we going to be good stewards? I understand there's 60% Namibians in the room, so this question belongs to all of us. And therefore, we need to make sure that we are good stewards. And how can we do that? Number one, yes, by building institutions, systems, and processes, by making sure that we identify the right partners, by making sure that we negotiate mutually beneficial contracts, by making sure that Namibians who are the real owners of the resources enjoy the full benefit. But of course, Namibians, you cannot enjoy these resources if you do not make sure that you seize the opportunities that are offered. The extent to which you will enjoy this benefit is determined by your own preparations. The government can prepare, the private sector can support, but each and every one of us have a responsibility. And then, of course, we want to make sure that future generations of Namibians are also able to enjoy the benefits of these resources. If and when these resources are exhausted, we don't want them to say, oh, apparently Namibia was, and apparently our forefathers enjoyed, but today we are in poverty. We want them to say, it was not apparent, we are feeling it, we are enjoying it, and we see the benefits. And that is why the government has started with the Sovereign Wealth Fund, where we understand that the seed that was grown has grown, that was sown has grown, and now the Sovereign Wealth Fund is about 400 million. And we have not yet started with the benefits that are coming from various resources. What is the focus of these conferences, and how will we organize ourselves to make sure that we achieve those objectives? We have kind of 4 agendas. Yesterday there were master classes, and it was great to see that it was very well organized. We had good participation and attendance. Today we are having the conference, today and tomorrow. There is exhibitions that is there. And then networking opportunities. Namibians, here's an opportunity for you to find foreign partners, to make sure that you understand, yes, this is new to us. Find out people that are coming from countries that are already producing oil. How did they behave? And how did they make sure that they benefited when the news was apparent and it moved from apparent to actual? Many times as Namibians we ask, yeah, government is not doing. Government is not doing. And sorry again to say this in my language, whenever something happens, it doesn't matter what. Sometimes the rain doesn't rain, and you say, how many of you have you heard that one? So it means like the government must consider, it must see something is wrong here, the government must investigate. Even when rain doesn't rain, we ask government must see something is not right here. We don't know what government has to do with that one, but we give government lots of responsibilities. And of course, we need to hold government accountable. We vote for them and we elect them so that they can deliver for us. But there are areas where they make sure that they create a conducive environment, and that conducive environment then is for us to seize those opportunities. I think I have said enough already. Before I see a card coming, and I know Cons, Feni, and Clemens are saying, Nangola, you have said everything except the objectives of this conference. So let's understand, what are the objectives of this conference? The objectives of this conference are fourfold. Number one, We want to foster strategic partnerships and to make sure that we drive investment and technological advancement into the oil and gas industry of Namibia. Number two, we want to explore opportunities for local content development and capacity building, and ensuring that Namibians are at the forefront of this industry. Only that way will it remain sustainable, and only that way will we ensure that it will be a blessing and not a curse. Because if we exclude Namibians from this industry, they might just find a way to include themselves. So let us make sure that we include them. Number three, the objective is to facilitate a dialogue on the future of energy in Africa, with a particular focus on balancing the economic growth with environment stewardship. And I know many people ask, Namibia, you are driving hydrogen, but then you are saying you're still getting the oil out of the ground. What is this paradox? I think usually our Minister of Mines and Energy and our ministry have got a very good response to that question. We are energy poor in Africa, and at this time, we need to make sure that we meet the needs of the African people and the needs of the Namibian people, while at the same time making sure that we continue to play not only in the present, but in the future. And therefore, in 2 weeks' time, we are going to have a green hydrogen conference at the same venue. Please join us. The last objective is to strengthen Namibia's position as a hub for energy. We say we want to become the sustainable energy capital of Africa, including oil and gas activities in the region, and thereby contributing to the socio-economic development of Namibia and being a significant contributor to Africa and to the world at large. Thank you very much.
Well, she said it herself. She's an auditor and well within time. So thank you once again to Ms. Wanja for outlining the roadmap for our discussions the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now with great respect that I introduce our keynote speaker, a man whose leadership and dedication to the sustainable development of Namibia's natural resources have been instrumental in positioning our country on the global energy map. Honourable Tom Alwendo, Minister of Mines and Energy of the Republic of Namibia, whose keynote address will now be delivered on his behalf by the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, Honourable Cornelia Kashimbinjola Shilunga.
Madam Director of Ceremonies, Rochelle Rock, Mr. Kasuto, the chairperson of the chairperson, who did my salutations, by the way? His Worship the Mayor, Honorable Philippus Albertus Balao, Mayor of Ludretz, and your Deputy Mayor, and also the Chairperson of the Management Committee of the Ludretz Town Council. Mr. Jason Kasuto, the Chairperson of Economic Association of Namibia. Now I got it right. Madam Nangula Wanja, our CEO for NIPDB, Madam Maggie Shino, Petroleum Commissioner from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Mr. Kons Karamata, the CEO for Economic Association of Namibia, Mr. James Mupe, Presidential Economic Advisor, Office of the President, Madam Florencia Hamwenye, the Chairperson of the Board of Directors of NAMCOR and other members of the board, Mr. Epson Wanguta, the acting managing director of NAMCOR, Mr. Adriano Bastos, head of upstream GAP Energies, Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, managing partner, SNC, Mr. Johan Bernard, the CEO for Momentum Short-Term Insurance, Madam Nilian Mulemi, the CEO for Petrofund Namibia, Your Excellency Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, the Secretary General for African Petroleum Producers, Mr. Ejik Egubao, the CEO and the co-founder of Moneda Invest from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Engineer Elizabeth Rogo, founder and chief executive officer, Tsavo Oilfield Services, the Republic of Kenya, member of the international and diplomatic communities, senior representatives of oil companies, captain of industries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. That was a good one. I hope you learned from the previous speakers. My name is Cornelia Shilunga, as I was introduced. I'm the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, and I'm here representing my minister, Honorable Tom Arendo, who is not able to be with us this morning. I will read his speech as he has prepared it. Welcome to Namibia. Who is in Namibia for the first time? Wow, can we give them hands, please? Thank you so much. Such a number is very good for us. It gives me a great pleasure to speak to you on this occasion of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2024. I would like to thank NIPDB, the Economic Association of Namibia, and the Hans Snydel Foundation for organizing this important oil and gas forum. I would like to thank you all for your attendance, and special thanks to those who are visiting us from different parts of the world, especially those that were just raising their hands now, visiting Namibia for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, amid the turmoil of global geopolitics, Namibia continues to be a developing bright spot in the future of global energy supply. It is indeed an interesting time for our country. I believe this forum offers us all a unique opportunity to share ideas on how we can play our various roles in enabling our country to leverage its petroleum resources to attain socio-economic development while providing energy to the world. I have found the theme for this year's conference, the next step towards a prosperous oil and gas industry to power Namibia's sustainable future, to be fitting as Namibia moves towards oil and gas development and production phases. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to use my keynote address today to highlight 3 issues that I consider to be relevant to the theme of this year. The first issue is that effective management of the Namibian oil and gas resources is a prerequisite to attain a prosperous oil and gas industry for all. The second issue is that international oil companies and oil service companies shall have to play a key role to ensure local prosperity. The third issue is that Our national oil company, NAMCOR, must be a meaningful vehicle for state equity participation in petroleum licenses to ensure oil and gas prosperity for all Namibians. Ladies and gentlemen, on the first issue, good governance of our upstream petroleum sector is imperative to ensure that economic benefits related to the exploitation of Namibia's oil and gas resources are shared fairly and equitably. We are fully aware that the emerging petroleum industry will bring not only transformational opportunities, but also challenges. There are many examples around the world whereby oil and gas exploitation have negative socio-economic and political impacts. Therefore, we should not take the resource scarce lightly, and we must learn from others' experiences. Now, good governance of our petroleum sector requires all of us to play our respective roles. From the government perspective, it entails that we should have a clear national goals to ensure sustainable exploitation of our country's oil and gas resources. Like Norway, to ensure that our petroleum resources are exploited optimally and responsibly. The government have considered several oil and gas management principles, or oil commandments, as one might call them, to be ideal for our developing national petroleum policy. In this respect, we consider that effective stewardship of our oil and gas resources should be prioritized at all levels of petroleum activities in Namibia. The discovered oil and gas should be exploited in such a manner to make Namibia energy independent. Number 3, our upstream oil and gas sector should be leveraged to fast-track industrialization, economic diversification, and job creation through active participation of all Namibians in the sector's value chain. Number 4, the conservation of our oil and gas resources should be prioritized by requiring petroleum license holders to reduce economic waste through optimum exploration strategy and depletion rate. Number 5, we should strive to ensure that oil and gas production does not distort our country's economy. Number 6, local value creation should be prioritized by ensuring that produced oil and gas is processed in Namibia as much as it is operationally and economically possible. Number 7, the conservation of the social and natural environment should be prioritized in all oil and gas activities. Number 8, flaring of natural gas outside operational necessities should be prohibited in line with our existing petroleum legislation. Number 9, onshore processing of natural gas should be prioritized to facilitate the long-term development of midstream and downstream industries. Number 10, the state through state entities such as NAMCOR and NAMPORT should actively participate in the development of critical common use oil and gas infrastructures. Number 11, our national oil company, NAMCOR, should safeguard the state's commercial interest in all oil and gas activities. Number 12, oil and gas revenues should be managed to improve the living standard of both current and future generations of Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, we envisage these 12 pillars and 12 commandments to be the foundational principles of national oil and gas policy. However, to achieve these noble objectives, it requires a collective effort between the government, oil industry players, and Namibian entrepreneurs. And this brings me to the second issue. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark upon this critical journey towards common prosperity from the Namibian oil and gas industry, we expect the international oil companies, both petroleum license holders and service providers, to play a critical role. To achieve local prosperity from oil and gas exploitation, it is imperative that oil industry players contribute to capacity building of Namibians and produce their goods and services from local suppliers as much as possible. With regard to capacity building, we expect that oil companies recruit talented Namibians to ensure that meaningful skills and knowledge is transferred. Disappointingly, I have learned that some oil industry players are merely fronting Namibians in positions, and some are even reluctant to employ Namibians. I particularly would like to say that the government expects all our oil industry players to be transparent and fair in their recruitment processes. Ideally, all vacant positions should be advertised in the local media to ensure that Namibians who meet minimum requirements from all corners of the country have equal employment opportunity. It is a known fact that a large portion of in-country value creation in the oil industry comes through supply chains. However, we are still in the process of developing our local content policy. And despite this, it must be noted that our existing petroleum legislation has local content provisions. Specifically, oil industry players should procure Namibian goods and services. Therefore, while we are finalizing our local content policy, we expect that all oil industry players comply with these provisions. Our local content policy will just fortify the existing local content provisions. The aim is not only to align our local content policy with international best practices, but also to deliver more business and more jobs for our people in Namibia. In the meantime, the oil industry players should ensure local prosperity through compliance, transparency, equity, and mutual interest. Ladies and gentlemen, on the third and final issue I would like to talk about is the state equity participation in petroleum licenses. As I mentioned earlier, one of our envisaged national oil and gas commandments is for NAMCOR to be the government's commercial vehicle that play a pivotal role in the development of petroleum resources in Namibia. Therefore, like most oil-rich nations, our vision is to build a technically and financially capable national oil company that can effectively manage our country's petroleum resources on behalf of the citizens of Namibia. Thus, we aspire for NAMCOR to play a key role in safeguarding state interests in the petroleum licenses. We believe that this would enable NAMCOR to bring about oil prosperity for all Namibians by fueling our economic growth and providing revenue to the state. To achieve these national strategic objectives, we expect NAMCOR to continue enhancing its governance by being more transparent in managing national oil and gas assets. We are also optimistic that NAMCOR will build the required human and institutional capacity to guarantee national oil and gas prosperity. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say we navigate the next step towards oil and gas prosperity in Namibia, and we should be guided by transparency, by equity, and the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. I am optimistic that we will use these 2 days to network and share ideas that will enable us to achieve common prosperity from Namibia's oil and gas industry. And I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Shilunga, for delivering those inspiring words that remind us of the immense potential that lies before us on behalf of the Minister, Honourable Tom Alwendo. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we prepare to pause for a short break, I would like to, at this juncture, invite our media to please take their positions. If you exit this venue, just to your right, Paul is there to guide you. So if our media can make their way out so long to set up, and that is for our photo session and the official ribbon cutting. So all our media currently in the venue, please make your way to where the official ribbon cutting will take place. I would now also like to invite the Honourable Deputy Minister and her delegation in the names of Jason Kasuto, Cons Karamata. I see James is not here. Honourable Councillor Philippus Albertus Balhau and the Mayor and his Deputy, Nilian Mulemi, Nangula Wanja, Ibsen Wanguta, Clemens von Dodra, and Shakwa Nyambe. If you would kindly join the Honourable Deputy Minister for that photo session, which will take place in the foyer, and that is also then combined with the official inauguration tour of our exhibition, which is graciously sponsored by our strategic partner, Total Energies. And I believe that Total Energies has a cute cup, a recyclable cup, so please hold on to your cup. You can move around with that throughout the day, that they've also made part of this wonderful 2 days. So if our high-level delegation can please leave the room for now. While the Honourable Deputy Minister leaves with her delegation, I also request our delegates to make use of this excellent opportunity now to network, to refresh and explore the innovations that we are shaping, or that are shaping the future of the oil and gas industry here in Namibia. A special announcement to all our exhibitors: kindly take your places at your exhibition stands. And then, ladies and gentlemen, very importantly, we are now at 10:20. We will reconvene here for the next session at exactly 11 o'clock. So kindly make your way back to your seat just before 11. We will reconvene at exactly 11. Enjoy the refreshments. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, this is your call to kindly take your seats. We are 2 minutes away from 11, and as requested earlier, we would like to start our first session at exactly 11 o'clock. May I kindly request all our delegates to please move back inside the venue as we will reconvene at 11. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, this is your final call. Kindly make your way back inside the venue. We are ready to start with session 1 with the topic Namibia's oil and gas industry updates, progress, strategies and investment opportunities. I kindly call on all our delegates to please make your way back to your seats. Thank you. Well, it's exactly 11 o'clock, so we are ready to start with our first session. A reminder to our speakers and presenters of your time allocation. The yellow card, that will give an indication of 3 minutes, and then the red card, time up. Ladies and gents, I've also received information that the meal vouchers you will receive at the dining hall. All you need to do is to present your lanyards, and that's where you will then also receive your meal voucher. Once again, we have a very, very tight lineup, and therefore we kindly request all our delegates to please respect the time. When we have breaks, that we will gather back in here at the allocated or indicated time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we delve into the heart of Namibia's oil and gas industry, it's crucial to understand where we stand and the strategies shaping our future. This session will provide us with critical updates and insights into the opportunities that lie ahead. So let's prepare to explore the landscape of Namibia's oil and gas sector as I introduce you to our next speaker, who leads Namibia's national oil company and plays a pivotal role in positioning Namibia on the global energy map. Our delegates still convening outside the venue. I believe you can hear me. Kindly make your way to your seats with as little disruption as possible. Thank you. Mr. Epson Wanguta has been serving as Interim Managing Director of NAMCOR since January this year, following his secondment from the country's central bank, where he is Deputy Governor. The University of Addis Ababa Masters of Economics graduate also holds a number of executive education qualifications from renowned institutions such as the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, Harvard Business School, and the University of Stellenbosch Business School. Mr. Wanguta's illustrious career includes other senior management cadre portfolios, Director of Research at the Bank of Namibia, and advisor to the Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. He also serves on various national and regional boards, showcasing his dedication to advancing socio-economic and financial matters. He will set the stage with a keynote on Namibia's potential as a significant oil and gas producer in the global context. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Epson Wanguta, Managing Director of NAMCOR.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings, Roche Locke, Honorable Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, Cornelia Shilunga, Mr. Jason Kasuto, the Chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia, Madame Nagula Wanja, the CEO of Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, the CEO of Economic Association of Namibia, Cons Karamata, distinguished local and international industry experts and stakeholders who are present here, distinguished delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, and a very good morning to all of you because it's still morning. Let me take this time first and foremost to thank the organizer of this event, particularly for inviting NAMCOR as the national oil company of Namibia to this great and special conference. My task has been very simple: to set the scene. When you are sitting at that entity, you sit with a lot of information, but given the fact that I'm only given a platform of 15 minutes, so I will just try to give you a very high-level summary on where we are positioning NAMCOR and where the country is being positioned. I must say that Namibia is poised to become a key player in the global energy space. The second edition of Namibia Oil and Gas Conference takes place at an opportune time when the country is positioning itself as a key player in the global energy space, particularly from the conventional energy landscape to an energy mix paradigm. With energy poverty in sub-Saharan Africa, the oil and gas discovery made in the Orange Basin in Namibia have completely re-energized us as Namibia to be part of the energy solution, not only to Africa, but globally. As you may recognize, Namibia has witnessed in recent years a proliferation of exploration and appraisal activities in the Orange Basin. Certainly, these recent discoveries are not only adding to the discoveries count, but are also accelerating the development of the discoveries to ensure first oil by at least 2029 or 2030 and thereafter. All these developments affirm a long-held conviction that Namibia Oil and Gas was and remain a significant oil and gas frontier. We need to compliment the industry for holding fast to this conviction. despite experiencing a prolonged period of dry spell over the last 3 decades. The recent discoveries that we have seen have been made possible by the combination of petroleum, geological, and geophysical research data collected through this range of activities that eventually has really bore fruit. I have no doubt that these discoveries will significantly boost our economy. In the next 15 years, our economy is likely to double or possibly, if not tripling. Director of Ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, while oil and gas require highly specialized skills, I'm glad to share with you that our own local technical teams, particularly at NAMCOR, are fully embedded in the appraisal process, contributing to the exploration and appraisal campaigns that are ongoing, and also providing us with potential production rates and the developable estimates of progressing of the deep water resources. Our enthusiasm has heightened at the possibility of progressing key projects with sound appraisal results, from the concept screening and selection to framing studies for front-end engineering design, to develop and to accelerate contracting strategy for FPSOs and subsea infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, with a unique set of discoveries in deep water that challenge the application of existing technology, Namibia's situation requires collaboration and innovation from the research and development space to deploying new technologies that both add values in terms of commerciality while being cognizant of the net zero emissions. The concerted effort to conclude appraisal and shift the gear to the development have brought to the fore the reality that Namibia could find itself as an exporter of crude oil in the early 2030s, when a number of projects reach their production peaks. Our benchmark have led us to anticipate new build FPSOs with capability to produce between 100,000 and 150,000 barrels of oil per day, as well as storing approximately 1.4 to 2 million barrels of oil, while at the same time also handling gas over 500 million standard cubic feet per day. So these are the facilities that are on the horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, you can imagine hypothetically that with 4 FPSOs deployed in Namibia, say by the year 2035, when we are reaching that year, Namibia could be producing in excess of 500,000 barrels per day of oil equivalent. This is a big foot for a frontier exploration area and a greenfield production area with potential to emulate the successes of countries like Guyana, who are producing close to 600,000 barrels of oil per day. We could easily dislodge or compete with countries that are at the 5th position in Africa, countries like Egypt, Gabon, whose current production is at around 500,000 barrels per day, which is at the top 5 slot of the highest oil-producing countries in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, although we are very optimistic, we are also at the same time not naive to think that all the discoveries will take off at the same pace. But we are also very confident that more exploration and appraisal activities which are planned for 2024-2025 will continue to yield positive results. NAMCOR is very optimistic that the strategies adopted by many operators appear to have some kind of very good promising outcome with enormous hydrocarbon potential, and are thus hopeful for more discoveries with potentially better fluid and reservoir properties will be coming our way. With better predictive techniques and lessons learned being employed in the interpretation of the seismic and modeling of the reservoirs, we could unearth more recoverable volumes which can be accelerated to development and make us compete with the top producing countries like Angola, Libya, and Nigeria for the top 3 producers in the continent. Globally, while some of you may say that we arrived late to the party, we see it as an opportunity to benefit from all the industry learnings and technological advancement that are on the horizon. And they are placing us at an excellent position to deploy a low carbon development concepts. In my conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, this conference therefore places a clarion call on all stakeholders to support efforts by investors and the government to accelerate the development of commercial discoveries for the country to reap benefits from the resources with a hope to improve the socio-economic condition of our people and reduce the social challenges that we are facing of unemployment, etc. On our side as NAMCOR, we have heard the call from the minister, and we are ready to position this entity to play its role in further discoveries and putting them to the next level of development to see the first oil production, at least by 2030. We are mindful of the local content, and I'm sure that a number of you who have gathered here, as the attendance shows that the 60% of those who are attending are the local content to you is key. We are mindful how sophisticated this industry and the kind of skills that are required. Last week, I visited a rig for the first time, and the complexity that I saw there, of course, one recognizes that you cannot just walk in and start doing business in this industry. It requires skills, it requires training. But I'm glad to know that as a country, through Petrofan and the ministry, a lot of investment and a lot of people have been trained in this. And that will help us to ensure that the local content is not a pipe dream, but will become a reality. With this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I have come to the conclusion of my delivery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wanguta, for also staying within that time frame. Now the pressure is on with the rest of the speakers. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure to call on our next speaker, Ms. Maggie Shino, the Petroleum Commissioner for the Ministry of Mines and Energy, to promote oil and gas investments, negotiate petroleum agreements, issuing of licenses, and the administration of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act. Her career journey started when she joined the ministry as an energy researcher, where she was responsible for making use of energy research findings to influence honouring energy demands and policy formulations in the renewable energy sector. Ms. Shino has served as a board member of Namibia's Petroleum Training and Education Fund, or in short, Petro Fund, since 2012. She holds a master's degree in petroleum geochemistry from the University of Newcastle in the United Kingdom, a BSc degree in biology and chemistry from the University of Namibia, and a diploma in upstream management of petroleum development and operations from Petrad, Stavanger in Norway. She further holds an MBA degree from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland, and through her career journey, she has attended trainings in various petroleum-related fields, including oil, gas, and mining governance from Blavatnik School of Governance at the University of Oxford. Maggie says she is a daughter, a wife, and a mother to 2 wonderful children. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to give us an overview of our nation's progress and strategy in the oil and gas sector over the past year, we have with us this esteemed leader in the field. She'll walk us through where we are today and the roadmap ahead. Please welcome Ms. Maggie Shino, Petroleum Commissioner at the Ministry of Mines and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roche, for that wonderful introduction. But I actually have a clan, not only 2, I'm a mother of 3. So yeah, it's not easy to follow in a conversation after the MD of NAMCO has spoken, and with Ms. Roche saying that it will be a challenge for anybody to follow. It's a task that I'm going to take on wholeheartedly. But today I want to speak to you in terms of what we have done so far. I'm privileged to be speaking and seeing a room full of people, but most importantly, full of the Namibian people who are willing to take their part and contribute to the development of this sector for their country. The commitment is being observed. Since the discoveries that we have made in 2022, a lot has happened. But with this lot has happened, there are 3 key areas that we have been focusing on as a Ministry of Mines and Energy. The first one, we have been focusing on stability as a country. It's our endeavor and has been, all our effort has been put towards us making Namibia a conducive environment for investment. And we do that by ensuring that the sanctity of the contract that we sign are watertight, and that is a word that we vow and we will continue to push through. With that being said, we also are vowing to develop an industry that is sustainable. Sustainability is a key of all our endeavors, and the barrels that we are going to bring to the surface from the Namibian subsurface will be the ones that are more sustainable and contributing to the pro-growth of the Namibian sector. With that being said, even though we have made the discoveries, exploration remains a key and a focus for us as a ministry, and we drive and push forward for the industry as the potential of the Namibian continent. Namibian margin on the continent is much bigger than what we have right now opened up within the Orange Basin, and therefore we are continuing to ensure that investment keep flowing into the exploration sector for us to be able to find more barrels within Namibia. With that having been done, we have 3 main hydrocarbon systems that we have observed. within the Orange Basin as the prolific basin that we have seen. We have the basin floor fence, we have the slope channels, and we have the inner basin that we are observing within the discoveries that we have made in the Orange Basin. Additionally now, with these signatures, what we are observing is that throughout the whole continental margin of Namibia, the reservoirs and the source rock elements, in fact, the 5 elements that are needed for a petroleum system to work are present throughout the whole offshore Namibia. Within the Walvis Basin, within the Lüderitz and the Namib Basin, we are seeing that the reservoirs that we are observing, especially within the deep water Orange Basin, are being duplicated within the Orange, within the Walvis, within the Lüderitz, and analogs can also be observed as far as the Namib Basin, and that is what we are chasing with the next investments that we are making. This can be seen within the Orange Basin. Our discoveries are located in what we call the ultra-deep water. This is discoveries that are occurring within more than 3,000 meters of water depth. And these basin floor fans have extended, and we are observing them right across into the Lüderitz Basin and into the Walvis Basin. So an opportunity lies out there for any explorers to be able to come and therefore untap this potential and bring it to the surface. With that being said, the conversation then comes, since the discoveries, what have you been doing as the Ministry of Mines and Energy, as the operators, and as the industry at large? We have been busy. The first discoveries that we have made was done by Shell and their partners, Qatar Energy and NAMCO, within PEL 39. And since last year, when we were speaking at the same venue, or same venture, a total of 9 wells has been drilled for us to be able then to apprise these discoveries. Within PEL 39, if you are aware, we have a total of about 4 different discoveries and 4 different potential fields that we have within that basin. And in order for us then to determine what exactly is the extent of these reservoirs that we are seeing, we needed to drill these wells, and we have concluded successfully the appraisal campaign that is required for this block, what we are seeing. We are moving at a pace. However, the work that needs to be done is not yet over. We have concluded the appraisal drilling, and what starts now and what continues now between now and the next few months is for us to analyze the data that we have obtained. There's a lot of rock samples, there's a lot of fluids, there's a lot of logs, there's a lot of data that came out of this hole that we therefore need to put together and analyze, so that then we can be able to ascertain the commerciality of this field that we have seen. We are not only working now towards just determining the commerciality, but we are also seeing that within the block, although we have the Graph, the Liseri, the Yonka, and the Larona discoveries that we have made, there are still an untapped potential within exactly the same block that we also need to uncover. And this is where additional new 3D data came in. And with this, all this information, we also need to then work together and choose a development scenarios and concept that we are going to take forward in case when we are going then to move into the production, how will we be able to produce this field? This is a stage where we are in, ladies and gentlemen, and we are working on it. It's not a very quick journey, but it's also not very long. The work that is being done will conclude within a few months, as I've said, and then the result will be announced for us then to be able to progress the projects into FID and into the next phase. Whilst that has been done, we also, as a ministry, has been now working in ensuring that the issue of local content has come to the fore. As we spoke last year, by this time we had a draft local content policy that we have analyzed, and we had a stakeholder engagement, but from that stakeholder engagement, a lot of input was made to say, what is it that we have on the ground right now? And that prompted the Namibian Ministry of Mines and Energy and the industry to come together and form what we call an industrial baseline survey, whereby we then made a survey to determine what exactly do we have on the ground and how can we be able to put this forward into the local content policy so that we can design a policy that is tailor-made to the Namibian capability and capacity as we have it on the ground. The process that was followed for this survey is out there. Deloitte will be able to present to you a detail of the result that we have obtained. But from my side, I can just inform you that right now, what that survey has shown is that Namibia, as we stand right now, we have about 45% ability to be able to provide the services that are needed by the industry. It's not a small number. It's not a small number, but it's a number that we would like to see grow. And for us to be able to see that growing, we need the Namibian men and women to stand up and then be able to tap into what is already available and be able to capacitate themselves into then growing this number by bringing in more. We create, therefore, a database of all the suppliers. We have vowed to ensure that information is shared so that there is a diversification of services that are being offered by the current service provider, but we also made a vow to be of the nomenclature of the Namibian society. We need to tailor-made policies that are speaking to the situation on the ground and policies that are responding to the need of the Namibian nation as we are. With that being said, I wanted to put on this slide so that everybody can just understand in terms of where we are and the journey that it will still take. Right now, as a country, we are in the appraisal and exploration phase, the phase. It's a cycle that can take longer, but we can have it for from 2 to 5 years, where it involves seismic drilling and then the data analysis. But we need to make a decision so that we can move out of the appraisal phase and go into the final investment decision phase, because that is where then decisions are being made for us then to be able to progress into the development phase, then production and decommissioning. The reason why I'm putting this up is because I want the people to be aware of what is required and how much time you need to prepare yourself before you can get to the next phase. The first FID is expected to be made 2025. It's just in a few months' time. Immediately after that final investment decision is made, this is then where the subsurface and the development work will start. It is during this phase that a volume of services are being required. Namibian people, investors, prepare the society for the next coming phase. With the IBS survey that has been done, we see that we are going to take this industry in a fashion of an onion. When you unfold an onion, you start right from the surface. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our onion. The first layer that you see, all the services that are within that first ring, Namibia, you have the capability. The second ring that is happening, Namibia, you have the ability to develop that capability within a short term. The last cycle that we have, that is where long-term investments are required for one to be able to participate. This is what the data on the ground have shown, and we need to be aware of this. Local content, as people say, you shouldn't wait for the local content policy to come in. Within the petroleum agreement, we already have provisions that mandate for local content and local participation. Clause 22 speaks of the Namibian employment and training. Clause 23 speaks of the Namibian goods and services. These are provisions that are within law that are made available for you to utilize. So therefore, with that, local content is a must. Additional to the work that we have done with Shell, Gulp made 3 discoveries within the Orange Basin again. We have 3 reservoirs that we have discovered within the block of Gulp with their partners. And this is the work or the block that is now moving, accelerated at a fast pace, into the appraisal phase. We are planning to drill the first appraisal wells already in December this year, and a total of 4 wells have been planned. And the agenda is for us to move this field into an early production and hopefully be able to bring that date of first oil not only being 2029, but much earlier than that. The Kudu project is still ongoing. A lot of work has been done in terms of how it's going to close the Namibian energy demand and supply and close those gaps. But what we are also seeing is that additional data have also been acquired this year, which have shown that the Kudu field itself, the upside potential for it is even more than the 1.3 TCF that we are seeing. With that being done, we have been preparing for us to go into the production of this field. The subsurface, abrical and riser and flow line studies have been made. The floating production facilities has been established. In fact, it has already been commissioned. That is coming to Namibia. It's called the West Leo. And pipeline and shore crossing surveys has been done. We also have a subsurface power plant where we are going to put it. Location has already been made. And an overhead study on the transmission line has already been concluded. While we are busy doing the work offshore, we are also not neglecting the onshore. Right now, a well is being drilled, a well called Naingopo is being drilled within the Ovambo Basin, the Kavango Basin, whereby Recon Africa is drilling. They are today at 2,000 meters, and we are hoping that within this full thrust belt, we are going to have a major discovery onshore. Coming to next year, or this year still, by November, Rhino Resources is going to drill not 1, not 2, but hopefully 4 wells within Block 2914. I see them smiling over there. And that will be an additional discovery that we made, that will be made together again with what Chevron is also planning. This is another well that is coming in November in Pearl 90 for us to have additional resources that are coming on shore, all within the Orange Basin. We are still positioning to be an Africa energy hub, and this is being done by bringing to the fore the town of Luderitz. It's still our plan, and this we are doing by making sure that all the gas that is going to be produced offshore and all the supply services that is going to be done within the Orange Basin will be landed within the town of Walvis Bay, and all the services that are going to be done must come out of Luderitz into the Walvis Basin. With that, into the Orange Basin. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are putting forward the expectation that the Namibian people can bestow on us as a Ministry of Mines and Energy that we will be delivering. We are going to make sure that the development that is happening will be done at an accelerated pace for you to be able to see production very early. We are also making sure that we speak to our license holders and all our investors that make sure that your business plan, you must earn the license to operate in Namibia. And this you will earn it by ensuring that you align your strategy to the Namibian society. We have an obligation as all to develop this local economy, and we must equally all contribute to this development. But our offering to you is that we will ensure that the barrels that are going to come out of the ground, we have made sure that these are the most efficient barrels. Let it be in terms of climate change, let it be in terms of cost. And with this, we will need technology and innovation that is coming from strategic partnership and the synergies that we are creating with the industry. And it's our vow that we will make sure that Namibia has a diversity of industry players, And because of that, there is a room for us all to participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maggie. That is when passion speaks. Well, that wraps up our first session, ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to call on the CEO of EAN, Mr. Cons, to please join us on stage to hand over a small token of appreciation to our previous speakers. And this is also then an opportunity for a group photo with our previous speakers. Cons, if you can please join us on stage. And then I call on Ms. Maggie Shino. In fact, I'm going to ask my helpers, Petrina and Wilhelmine, if you can just move over to the gift side, and they will hand over the gift to you, Cons, and then you'll hand over to our speakers. So Maggie, would you please join us? Then Mr. Ibsen Wanguta, if you could please join us. Yeah, you can already give. Ms. Nangula Wanja. No, they can just remain on stage. They can just remain on stage, standing. Yes. Mr. Jason Kasutu. Please join us, Honourable Deputy Minister. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I think, yes, that's what our photographers want. If our guests can just move a bit closer to one another for a group photo. Cons, please join them. Thank you once again to all our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much. Our next session will dive into the foundational data shaping our industry's future. To present the methodology and key outcomes of the Industrial Baseline Survey for Namibia's oil and gas sector, we have with us Deloitte's country leader. Please welcome Ms. Melanie Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second session, and a reminder to our esteemed speakers and presenters to please remain within their allocated timeframes. Over to you, Ms. Harrison.
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to present to you today the outcomes of the Industrial Baseline Survey that we've been working on probably for the past 12 months. The survey was sponsored by Total Energies and Shell, endorsed by the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Petrofund and NAMCOR. And it was delivered by Deloitte in partnership with Monasa and Survey Warehouse. Just to give you a bit of background, with the recent oil and gas discoveries in the Orange Basin, it has been a driver for new opportunities and a potential for economic growth and a significant investment across the life cycle. If you look at the investment that is required, it is between 10 and 20 billion US dollars. That is for a typical deepwater oil and gas project. But it could create significant opportunities in the supply chains as well as the workforce within the country. So an industrial baseline survey is generally only conducted after FID. We are still sitting in the pre-FID phase, as Maggie Shino already pointed out, and FID is not necessarily guaranteed. It is not a given. The commercial viability of the find still needs to be confirmed. So doing an industrial baseline survey at a pre-FID phase, we had to use hypothetical data. We did not have the demand data, so it's based on assumptions. But doing it at a pre-FID stage is being proactive, and it allows supply chains and workforce to get ready for the upcoming oil and gas industry, should it become confirmed. At the same time, it allows the ministry to have some input into the draft local content policy. So why is an IBS important? It prepares for communication campaigns and public awareness, and as you'll see as I go through my presentation, one of the significant outcomes that came up was just that general awareness of what is required to meet the requirements of the oil and gas industry. It also helps to better understand the Namibian ecosystem and identify potential local content opportunities across the supply chains and workforce. It gives us a realistic assessment of the local content opportunities and potential from a short-term, medium-term, and a long-term perspective, and it identifies key investments that would be required in those supply chains and workforce. But it also gives a better understanding of the Namibian investment case to support the FID. If we look at the requirements of the oil and gas industry, there are very stringent requirements, and there are some core requirements that are you can't do without them. And those are the HSSE standards that are of core requirements, as well as ethics, compliance, and transparency. So if you don't have these in place, you cannot work in this industry whatsoever. We know that it is a high-risk industry given the item that they produce. So health and safety is really key. But at the same time, there's some fundamental requirements, capacity in terms of supply chains, the capacities that they have, as well as workforce, and quality. We need to make sure that there are quality supply chains and that the workforce is competent and has the right skill sets, and also to meet the HSSE requirements. At the same time, it needs to be competitive. Competitive from a supply chain perspective as well as a workforce. Because remember, we've got local companies that will have to compete with international companies as well, and vice versa. So the industrial baseline survey was done over 4 phases. There was quite an extensive desktop research that was conducted to understand the local workforce, to understand what the local supply chains are, and also to understand the economic background of the country, as well as the legal framework of the country. There was extensive communication that took place. We had on social media, on LinkedIn and Instagram, as well as X, we had numerous postings via the Deloitte website. We also had airings on local radio stations, 99 airings on 9 radio stations, also trying to have them in local languages as far as possible. We had it in the 8 major newspapers, also for the coastal regions. We had it in the Namib Times. We had 3 town halls, which were virtual town halls, and I was also interviewed on NBC Business Today. And through that, we identified a number of stakeholders, and we had 437 stakeholders that we identified. And then in the survey, we got a response of 254, which is a very good response in terms of the survey that we launched. We did 45 site visits, and we did 33 interviews of key stakeholders. If we look at the local suppliers that responded to our survey, we had 75% which were majority-owned Namibian companies. We had 57% that had worked on large-scale projects before. And of those, if we looked across the supply chains, there was a good employment of Namibian workforce. The key takeaways is that there is a strong interest in this industry. There's a very strong interest in being part of this industry, as we can also see today in terms of the turnout. So 80% of the suppliers want to be part of this industry, but they still lack that knowledge in terms of where do they fit? What do they need to do in order to be part of the industry? So there's a great need for awareness across the board of all the supply chains. The top challenges that the suppliers noted was payment timelines, administrative approvals, shortage of labor, both skilled labor locally as well as of other nationalities, and lack of infrastructure. And while HSSE was seen to be in place in a lot of supply chains which responded to our survey, we only had 9% that actually do reporting. So there still needs to be quite a big increase in terms of compliance with HSSE to be part of this industry. So I know this is a very busy slide, but it goes back to Maggie Shino's slide in terms of the life cycle of a typical oil and gas project. We're currently in appraisal, exploration and appraisal, awaiting FID. If it is confirmed, then we would move over to construction. But what I'm trying to illustrate on this slide is how many different types of supply chains are required throughout the life cycle. Certain supply chains are only required for one phase, but some are required for the full phase of the life cycle. And there's a lot of supply chains that are indirectly required for the industry. So when we did our analysis, we had 45 supply chains that we assessed, and of those 45 supply chains, there was a number of supply chains that we found did not have a presence in Namibia currently. So what you can see on the screen right now is those supply chains that are present in Namibia, so not the ones that are not present. And we took the supply chains based on the survey results that we got, and we assessed them in terms of their compliance to standards, as well as their volume capacity. So volume capacity is things like cement, how many tons of cement can they produce? PPE, how much PPE can they produce, etc. And as you can see on the top right, all of those supply chains have enough volume and compliance with standards currently within the country. I must just note, when we said compliance with standards, we looked at things like whether they had worked in large projects, whether they have some sort of HSSE, whether if they've worked in oil and gas before or in mining. But there is still a requirement for all of these supply chains to uplift their HSSE compliance in order to work in the oil and gas industry. Because there is not an upstream oil and gas industry currently present in the country, there's still that requirement that there's more attention required in terms of HSSE compliance. Then we took all the supply chains and we assessed them in terms of the benefits and feasibility for these supply chains to be able to produce or be able to be used locally in Namibia. And as you can see, all the ones in red, those are the ones that are currently not present in Namibia. So there is no local presence for these specific supply chains. And as you can see, they are very oil and gas specific. Then as you can see on the top right, those are the ones that can be in the short term uplifted quite quickly, and the bottom right, those ones need a bit more investment in order to meet the requirements of the oil and gas industry. So this was based on feasibility in terms of capex and the timeline required to get these supply chains to the right level, and then also the benefits in terms of how many people could they employ and the workforce benefits to the country. These exclude what you saw in my previous slide, all of those that were in the box on the top right-hand corner. From a workforce perspective, we assessed the workforce that would be required for offshore and onshore projects, and we looked at it based on the vessels and the activities that are required throughout the life cycle of a typical upstream oil and gas project. We identified 218 demand-side job types. Of those, 143 are currently present in Namibia. Then we took these job types and we mapped them to qualifications. So the only data we could get was qualifications and the amount of people that the universities and the VTCs, so we're looking at NUST, UNAM and the VTCs in terms of how many people they are qualifying and expected to qualify over the next 20 years. So as you can see, there is quite a large portion of skills that we do have in high supply, and those are mainly in the support side because we looked at it from technical oil and gas, non-technical oil and gas, and support qualifications that will be required. But if we look at the technical oil and gas specific job types, there is a gap in terms of having people with those qualifications. And I know that Petrofund is looking at these things and trying to see how they can make sure that enough people can get qualified in this area. It's specifically also looking at how the VTCs and universities can have those qualifications available for Namibians in future. The next part was to look at the economic impact. So we use this also as a scenario base. So our scenario that I'm taking now is the baseline or the base case scenario, looking at one FPSO only. So if we look at one FPSO, the economic impact estimates a 1% GDP growth and 5,000 jobs created during construction, and 5.8% GDP growth and 7,000 jobs in production. And if we look at these jobs, we also looked at it from direct, indirect, and induced jobs. And as you can see in construction, it's only quite a small percentage or quite a small figure of direct jobs, 500 direct jobs, but from indirect and induced, it's 4,500 jobs that can be created. And then in production, 600 direct jobs, 600 indirect, and 5,800 induced jobs. And then the GDP growth is expected to contribute 113 million year on year for construction, and 648 million in the production phase. So that is the end of my presentation. I only got 15 minutes, but just to reiterate, so the study was done based on hypothetical scenarios because we did not have the data. Once FID, and if FID is confirmed, the data would have to be reassessed because then the demand is confirmed, and one would need to reestablish whether maybe this wasn't a bit more on the conservative side. But I think this gives a good baseline in terms of what would be required from a supply chain perspective as well as a workforce to meet the demands of the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Ms. Melanie Harrison, Country Leader, Deloitte. As Namibia emerges as Africa's new oil and gas frontier, understanding the business and legal implications is critical. To set the scene on this crucial topic, we are now joined by an expert in the field. Please welcome Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, Managing Partner at SNC Incorporated.
Good morning, still morning time, right? Yeah, I'm so glad to be here at the second Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. I was here the first one last year. And also great to be speaking before a largely Namibian audience. I've done a lot of talks, mostly outside the country, and predominantly my audience is always a foreign audience, maybe 90%, because I'm always outside the country. But it's good to be back home to see that 60% of the audience here is Namibians. That shows us that Namibians want to be involved in the industry. They want to participate. They want to know what is happening. And they are very important to the sector because they are the ones who can be the enabler for this sector to prosper and for the operations to be effective. At the same time, if we don't involve them, they can be the spoiler or the distractor. So they are so very, very important, and we need to drive the narrative as Namibians for this sector. So I'll be speaking on Namibia as a new oil and gas frontier, the business and the legal considerations. We had very great speeches from our previous speakers, the Petroleum Commissioner, the CEO of the NIPD, as well as the board chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia. And I'm happy that we have this platform because in as much as our regulators, policymakers, the investment promoters are doing very well. And as much as there's a lot of excitement about this industry, we also need to remind ourselves sometimes of the things which we still need to put in place, the things which we have done, so that we are not complacent to think that Namibia has arrived and we have all the ingredients in place. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll be looking at some of the business considerations which I believe are very important for this sector, some of the legal considerations as well. And I always start with this slide, even on my talks abroad. The energy approach of Namibia, very important for our investors to understand our energy approach as a country. And this approach is entrenched in the Namibia energy policy of 2017. So that is our Bible in terms of how we should go dealing with our energy sector, including our oil and gas sector. And what is important about our approach as a country for energy is that we promote the use of all forms of energy, be it the renewable energy, fossil fuels. They are all welcome and they are all to be promoted to ensure that we exploit them, to ensure that we have enough energy security and energy supplies. And an additional element of the national energy policy is that the upstream oil and gas sector also should be promoted. Hence, we have the Petroleum Commissioner here, who is always all over the world to promote our potential for oil and gas exploration, and we have now the Namibia Investment Promotion Board. So we have an energy mix approach, and the investors in oil and gas, you are welcome in the country, and the policy is there to support your investment. I think in terms of I just wanted to give a snapshot of the petroleum licensing history, just to see where we came from as a country. If you look in the 1970s, we had one petroleum exploration license and one discovered by Chevron, which is now the Kudu gas. Fast forward 2007, we had 14 petroleum exploration licenses. And 2024, I think this number has changed now. 32 exploration licenses, 20 operators, and 1 production license. So as a country, we have made some strides within the oil and gas sector. And I think we need to thank the Minister of Mines and Energy, the Minister of Petroleum for promoting Namibia as an investment destination for oil and gas in Africa. And also, I want to look at Namibia's acreage, in terms of the size of the blocks which are held by different companies within Namibia, offshore. If you look at this slide, you'll see that on top there is NAMCO. So that tells you that NAMCO is a very important player. NAMCO will be very relevant and big going forward in the next 10 years to 15 years, and hence NAMCO becomes a very important institution, and the effective operation as well as running of NAMCO is not only relevant to Namibia as a country, but relevant to the oil and gas industry. The operators would want to work with a very stable and strong NOC. That's how relevant is NAMCO. NAMCO will be big. I think will be the biggest SOE in some years to come. Bigger than all these SOCs, you think they're big. Bigger than the NAMPowers, bigger than the M. So that's how important and relevant NAMCO is. In terms of the recent offshore discoveries, I won't dwell much on this. The Petroleum Commissioner has already highlighted some of these discoveries which were done in Namibia and have put us on the map. And we are now a very, very attractive destination. The discoveries by Shell, Total Energies, and the by Gulf And I think going forward, what we're expecting now in the timeline and the programs is the next drilling, which will be done by Rhino Resources and its partners. We expect drilling from Chevron. We expect drilling from GARP, potentially BW Energy. So there's a lot happening, and at the moment, the discoveries from the three companies, and according to the Wood Mackenzie Group, very reliable research institutions, they are estimating around 9 billion barrels of oil discovered by these companies. So it's a very big thing, big number. And this slide here shows you how Namibia is dominating the exploration and appraisal sector in Africa. If you look at the slide there, you see most of these discoveries there in Africa were done in Namibia. You know, the Shell, the GARP, Total Energies, as well as their partners, the Qatar, the NAMCO, and others. So we are doing very well in terms of exploration and appraisal in Africa, which shows that there's a lot of interest here. The investment ingredients are in place, and we should keep that going so that we can attract more investors. And additionally, there is a lot of mergers and acquisition. A lot of these big companies are coming to Namibia. You know, the investment atmosphere is good. We have all the ingredients to attract the foreign investors. And additionally now, our geology has been de-risked. So most of the companies want to come on board, and these are some of the recent deals which were done, Halliburton and Rhino for the integrated services, NAMCO and Chevron, one of the big ones, Total Energies and Vantage. We're looking at Impact and Total Energies. And lastly, a recent one which was announced, which is still undergoing approvals, is BW Energy and Recon Africa. So you can see now, the interest is not only offshore. More investors are coming also. More bigger companies also are going onshore, which is a good sign for our oil and gas sector in Namibia. And in terms of the legal consideration, this next slide here, very important. Stabilization clauses are there to ensure that there's predictability within the legal and regulatory framework, and ensure that investors, their investments are protected from all these political risk or legislative changes. And there are different types of stabilization clauses which are appearing on your screen there, from the freezing, economic equilibrium, as well as the hybrid. The most common one is the economic equilibrium clause, which seek to maintain an economic balance. If there's a changes in legislation, the parties come together and discuss and say, this is how it can benefit you as the owner of the resources and you as the investor. And I think that we don't have, at the moment, these are not provided for in our model petroleum agreement. We hope the situation will change with this heightened interest in Namibia. And the question we should ask ourselves is, do we want to attract more investors? What are those clauses and provisions which the financiers who are giving money to the investors are looking at? And some of the financiers, banks, equity funders, they are looking at this type of clauses to say, how is your investment protected? We are a very stable country, politically good. Everything is good, but we can still make sure that we have those provisions to attract more investors. We have seen that in other countries who are doing well, like Guyana, Ghana, they have the economic equilibrium clause. So we need to look at that as a country, and I'm happy that the discussion has started. And the question also we should ask ourselves, are these stabilization clauses, are they provided in some of the sectors in Namibia, in the power sector, fishing, or green hydrogen? And the answers we get there can direct us how do we go about it. But what we need is the predictability in terms of investors. We need these investors to be able to say, immediately tomorrow I'm in Namibia, I'm going to spend how much, I want to drill 10 to 20 wells. We need to drill more wells because our window of opportunity to exploit these resources, the oil and gas sector, as you know, there's this drive towards green energy globally, even from the UN perspective. We don't have so many years to be leaving the resources idle on the ground. Let's put all the ingredients we need to ensure that we have the investors to get these resources out of the country. And the next consideration, I always bring this, and sometimes it appears very controversial, but we need to discuss these things because as Namibians, we need to be involved in driving the narrative of this energy sector. And I've always talked about this, that can we consider bringing in or using license bid rounds, which is like tender, for some of the acreage, some of the blocks, for example, be it the deep water or be it the Orange Basin, so that we can attract more players. At the moment, we are doing very well with the open licensing system, but the open license system also sometimes has subjected our regulators and policymakers, the ministry, to some criticism because some of those investors, local or international, who are not lucky, they've applied for these blocks and they don't get them, they question the process. But this is a way we can protect ourselves and protect our regulators and policymakers to say, come with a hybrid so that your process is seen to be very transparent and accountable. With the license bid rounds, requirements are clear. These are the qualification, these are the pre-qualification requirements, these are the timelines on which this process will be done, and by this, after how many days or months, the process will be done. And then the investors can come on board and start exploiting the resources. So these are the ideas we're just bringing on board so that we start discussing. And as the industry grows, the industry doesn't like a lot of disruption. And the disruption sometimes come from the public, the people who think that the process were not fair and transparent. And when they make a lot of noise, it discourages investors. It discourages the international oil companies. So we need to put the measures to ensure that we can encourage investors and we can encourage also the local involvement. We have the local content. I won't talk much about this one because a lot has been said, and there will be a presenter from the Ministry of Mines and Energy who will talk about local content. However, this is very critical for every country, more especially for the frontier nations in oil and gas sector. And at the moment, we've had the update from the Petroleum Commissioner that the local content policy is almost done, but there is already existing local content provisions within the Petroleum and Exploration Production Act, as well as the Model Petroleum Agreement. So let's use those ones and then ensure that our local people are involved. However, we need to fast-track the process, and I believe the Minister of Mines and Energy is working on that because the opportunity for participating, you have seen when the Petroleum Commissioner presented that at exploration and appraisal, as well as development, that's where the bigger share comes in for the local participant. That's where the money is, those were the opportunities. So if that phase passes of 6 to 8 years before production, and there's no local participation, or it's minimum, and then we are going to get a lot of, criticism from our own people, citizens, that they haven't been involved. So let's try to ensure that we move it as fast as you can, and then to ensure that we can involve the local entrepreneurs to be able to benefit during exploration, appraisal, and development, because that's where the bigger money is. When the production starts, not much of it. You have heard what the Petroleum Commissioner is. So I'm urging The Ministry of Mines and Energy, they are already doing a good job, and we're here to support them as well as NAMCO. Let's move, because the legitimate expectation of the citizens is that once things are moving, they hear that we are preparing the floating platforms and everything, FPSO, they want to get involved. And if they don't get involved, they frustrate the industry. So let's move on that one. And I've also spoken about the need for an independent regulated upstream oil and gas in the oil and gas sector. And I'll be done with you. I just borrowed some few minutes from the other guys here. Very important, this one, Rocher. So we're saying the need to establish an upstream, independent upstream regulator is not an invention by me or anyone. It's embedded within the Namibia energy policy of 2017, as well as the white paper on energy of 1998. So this already has been expressed there. It's there within those documents that is needed. And it will help us, in particular with the local content implementation, ensure that there's compliance and sanctions. Because if you don't have a body to monitor that, that is a lot of work. A lot of skilled people are needed. And if we don't have that body, then it's a problem. At the moment, we need to support and empower the Ministry of Mines and Energy also. In particular, the Petroleum Affairs Directorate. They are just a directorate. So hopefully, while we are waiting for some of these things to put in place, they need to be supported and given the resources so that they can be, elevated to be a department. They can bring more resources in place, because having a local content policy and framework without it being implemented properly, then you frustrate the people, because the citizens are expecting to benefit. But if you have the policy and the law, but you can't ensure that it's implemented properly, then again, you're setting yourself backwards. So we need to look at that. And I'll be concluding now, Rocher. The Business Intellectual Property Authority, BIPA, very important stakeholder to ensure that we also empower them so that the registration of businesses is very quick, as the way it's done in some of our neighboring countries, and all the data is properly stored and we can obtain it for purpose of due diligence. And investors, when they come in the country, they do a lot of this due diligence. So we need to empower people. The next important one is the Namibia Competition Commission. They play a role. Most of the megas and acquisitions in the sector need approval. And if approvals take long, they also frustrate the international oil and gas companies. And we need to work with the Namibia Competition Commission, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, as well as NAMCO and other stakeholders. Let's bring them on board. And also, we need to look at incentives for deep water exploration. You heard what the commissioner said. Some of the blocks are 4,000 meters depth. And what do we do so that we attract companies to apply for those blocks? Some of the deep water wells, companies have been shying away. We can bring incentives to them, whether we relax the work programs, we give them some tax reliefs, which are not the same as others who are drilling in shallow water. It has been done in other countries, very important. And there's a lot of market opportunities. There'll be a lot of M&As, and then opportunities presented in other basins, and we see more work coming. After all it's said and done, Rocher, we have the market opportunities to accelerate oil and gas development in Namibia. The resource availability is there, it has been proven. The stability in terms of political environment, very stable country, good rule of law, that is there. And there's a demand for the oil and gas. We have the commodity prices, which are good at the moment. And the technology, our investors, the international oil companies, they have the technology to ensure that we can exploit these resources. So Namibia has a brighter future ahead, and it will be more brighter with the involvement of Namibians. Thank you.
So Shakwa, as your penalty, you're going to have to sing If You're Happy and You Know It, clap your hands during lunch. I'm sure we would love to hear the singing voice of Shakwa. Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, as we move forward, our focus shifts now to a critical discussion on how Namibia and Africa can build a robust energy value chain while ensuring a sustainable and just transition. Moderated by Mr. Andries Rousseau, Director of Energy Utilities and Resources Leader at PwC Africa, this panel brings together industry leaders who will share their insights on shaping the future of energy in our region. And I will now hand over to Mr. Andries Rousseau to introduce our esteemed panelists. Again, just a reminder to keep time, so you need to watch me as well. I'll be showing you that yellow ticket.
Shakwa's on my panel,
so we have to manage him collectively. I'm handing over to Mr. Rousseau. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What a privilege to be on the panel and stage here. And I do want to call the panelists, and you've heard from some of them already. So Ms. Maggie Schuno can come up, please. We've Shakwa Nyambe, please come up to the panel as well. And then Ms. Melanie Harrison, please come up to the panel. I'm not going to introduce them. They have had a great chance to speak and deliver, and we'll have the opportunity now to ask questions of them, which is great. On top of that then, I do want to ask Mr. Pedro de Oliveira, Strategy and Corporate Governance Manager of SONELS from Angola, to come up. Mr. Adriano Bastos, Head of Upstream for Gulp Energies, and then also Mr. Martin Goya, Vice Chairperson Nampua and Asset Manager of Upstream Exploration for NAMCOR. So if you can all please come up to the floor. It's going to be a problem if I sit on the mic. Yeah, safe distance. Please move up this way. One seat forward. Yeah, perfect. Well done. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You would have noticed I didn't read bios because we had introductions of the first three speakers already. But I am going to ask the new panelists just to give us a 5-minute background on their own companies, their constituencies, what they are doing globally, and then also locally in the Namibian context. And perhaps if I can start with Martin from Nampua.
Thank you so much, Andreas. Yes, my name is Martin Eronga. I'm currently the asset manager at NAMCO, and obviously from the current discussions and some of the speeches, NAMCO has literally been thrown a commitment which obviously we want to undertake. As the member of NAMPUA or chairperson of NAMPUA, basically our role has always been in facilitating the communication and then obviously the collaborations between the sector, the government, and obviously the society. And then over the years, NAMPUA has really been constantly working towards promoting responsible and then sustainable development of the oil and gas sector in Namibia. Hence, we have intensified more than ever our vocal voice to be that voice for the sector, to ensure that our efforts are listened to by the government as well as the public. And by doing so, we are trying to forge those partnerships which will ensure that we develop this sector in the most sustainable manner.
Thanks, Martin. Pedro, can you go with SONELS, please?
I thank you for the opportunity. I'm the strategy manager for SONELS, as you already said. As company, SONELS plays a significant impact on the oil and gas sector in Angola. Since its foundation, SONELS has played an essential role in the industry, providing specialized and technical operational support ensuring that the operation are carried within maximum efficiency, safety, maintaining a firm commitment with the sustainability and strengthening the local content. So the legacy of Sonils itself talk about what we've done, but more importantly, what we are committed to do for the future, not even only in Angola, but in Africa, as per we already doing now. So this is all for now.
Thank you. Adriano, and then from Gulp side, if you can please tell us as much as you can of Gulp and the findings and so on.
In 5 minutes?
In 5 minutes,
So
yes,
who knows me, it's difficult to speak only 5 minutes, but I'll try. And Gulp is an efficient and integrated energy operator based in Portugal. We every day tackle the 4 major paradigms of our industry. Is how to deliver the energy the world needs in an accessible, affordable, reliable, and needs to be clean. And part of that, one of our pillars is our renewable division, where we are quite proud to be one of the largest investors percentage-wise on the oil and gas sector on renewables. We operate mainly on solar, concentrate in Iberia Peninsula, and also in Brazil. Is also industrial sector where we operate our refinery and our distribution of our products. We are converting our refinery to green hydrogen, probably be the first one operating in Europe per se, and also a strong biofuels division being developed and completely revamping our footprint, carbon footprint. We are quite active on trading, both organic and inorganic production. And we also have a large network with a good presence also in Iberia on the retail, where we're converting our gas stations into a what you call a convenience point, where electrifying the charging and the operations is also our path for decarbonizing our operations and also moving into electrification of our society. Last is oil and gas, where we've been operating in several different continents. We just exit Mozambique, we're in the process of leaving Mozambique, and recently we left Angola, and those are part of our portfolio management. We're trying to move away of areas with high carbon intensity and lower returns, and to focus in areas with higher returns and low carbon footprint. And Namibia is one area of focus. We've been in country for more than 15 years. We drilled Moosehead many years ago together with HRT, a former partner, and recently we worked Mopane, where we're quite successful in 2 wells last year and early this year. And we start our appraisal campaign, as Maggie pointed out. Unfortunately, it's not December, it's November. Sorry to correct you, but it's earlier, than later. And we're moving with a 4-well program and towards accelerate our first oil. We are efficient, we are lean, and we like to be that, but we be present on at least the 3 or 4 the largest discovery in the past 20 years, including the Brazilian pre-salt, where we do operate, and Gulp is between 3rd and 4th larger operator in Brazil right now. And so we're quite happy.
Excellent. And there's lots of lessons learned from those countries, and we'll get into that a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to start with Maggie to open the floor for us, because you mentioned a couple of things in your presentation that I think is music to the ears for the audience, and that was conducive for investment regulatory environment, stability, that was echoed by Shakwa in his presentation. When the minister's speech was read earlier, he said 12 principles or commandments that will be followed. And Maggie, I'd like to understand those 12 commandments. How will they be enforced? How will they be set up? What's the roadmap to getting from a commandment to legislation or regulation that drive and support that?
I hope you don't expect me to list them all.
No, please don't.
at this stage. No, we can. I think the roadmap to us making those principles a reality for Namibia is very easy, and it's one that is almost determined by the activities as they are happening on the ground. In our work that we have done, especially the work that was done by Total Energies with the 4 wells that they have drilled to appraise the Venus, we have successfully broken the technology barriers by being able to do a DST, not in 1 well, but in 2 wells, in water depth of more than 3,000 meters, and these wells have flown, these DST have flown. And when they have flown to the surface, it has given us that sure assurance that we have a giant in terms of material resources that we need to develop and that we need to produce. And with that being made, and with the work that needs to be done for us to make that FID, hopefully by next year, there is a very small pace of or availability of time that we need in order to prepare. So because of that, the principles that we have put together as the Ministry of Mines and Energy are the ones that then, based on the material or the resources that we are seeing in the ground. I've said already, the Venus is a giant. The discoveries that we are seeing within PEL 39 are numerous, and collectively they provide a large volume. What we are seeing in Gulp is even more volumes of resources, and with the Kudu and what is to be expected out of the upcoming wells is even more. So the resource that we have is so much that it made it possible for us to be able to make these principles, because it's the only way we can make use and utilize these resources as we are having them. The main principle that we have made a commitment to, and that's why I'm saying it's easy for us to speak about the roadmap, because we are already implementing that, is that these resources, as we have found it, whether it's oil, whether it's gas, it must be used to make Namibia energy independent. That's the first one that we are applying. The work is already being done right now to ensure that the energy security and the dependency of the country in terms of importation of energy should be able to stop shortly. All these resources that we are seeing very high, very light crude oil with very high gas to oil ratios. And with these high GORs that we are seeing in the oil, it means that we need to find a solution for the gas that we are seeing. And this gas mostly should be the first source of a solution, is for us to utilize this gas to produce the baseload power that we lack in this country. Additional to that, the resource must also be used in order for us to diversify the Namibian economy. And again, we go again to the gas solution that we have to find. All the gas that we are finding must be landed on the Namibian shore. Once it's landed on the Namibian shore, we must be able to process it. And through this processing, we then will be able to diversify the economy with the activities that are coming out of there. But while we are ensuring that we are diversifying the economy, we are also cognizant of the fact that we need, as a country, in order for us to grow the economy, we need to earn the export earnings. So we make sure that the field development plans that we are going to negotiate going forward must create a very good balance between industrialization, diversification of the economy, and ensuring that there is export revenue that is coming in. Additional to that, the physical elements or the physicals that we have, the regime that we have, we must continuously be monitoring as the market develops so that we can be able to improve it and ensure that the Namibian citizens all reap the benefits that comes with having an industry that is growing. And this is a responsibility that does not only lie with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, but it lies with government collectively to ensure that we have balanced physical elements that are enabling us to be continuing to be an attractive destination for the investments to flow, but also enabling us to be able to have a sufficient size of the pie to share with our people and for them to be able to see the reward. But with this being said, anchoring all these principles and all the ambition that we have as a nation is the ability for us, or the decision for us, to ensure that we safeguard the environment. Namibia is all we have. And it is a top priority for us to ensure that all the development that is going to take place in Namibia should result in the Namibian environment to remain in its pristine condition as it has been when we haven't been able to produce. With all this then done, we are also planning to ensure, to say that when we are producing, we have to do it sustainably. If there is any drop of oil, if there's any drop of gas that is located within the subsurface of Namibia, it must come to the surface, must be produced sustainably, and must be utilized also in a sustainable manner. I can't go through all of them, but these are the kind of the key of elements that form the principles that we have put forward as a government.
Thank you. And for those in the audience who couldn't take down the 12 commandments earlier, or were snapping pictures of the presentations on the back, they're all available on the website. The organizers say they are there, so please feel free to download these presentations, which have got lots of meaningful information afterwards. But I want to turn to Sunil and Angola. Lots of lessons learned in the past, the good and the bad, unfortunately, but Namibia is on the cusp. We're there where FID is not there yet, but we know it's coming as everyone commits to. What are the lessons out of the Angolan context and the wider African context that you want to share with the audience today to take this forward in that sustainable way that Mackie has described?
Well, this is a big speech. But I'm going to try to resume that. So, for the oil and gas, the learning process, it takes time. I see the enthusiasm of the people here in Namibia, which is very good. Means that people are committed to the process. But the first lesson that Namibia can learn with Angola is invest in people, and remember that people, to get ready, up and running, to run the business, takes some time. And we have to be patient with that. So with our environment, as you said, the different experience that we've gone through, the Angolanization program that started a long time ago, which ended up on the local content law delivered and ongoing right now, is one of the good achievements and perhaps one of the best achievements that we've made on the industry. The other one, it is the we had Sonangol as concessionaire and also as NOC. So at some point, there were a need to split them, the concession side of the business to be a part of the operating national company. This process brought to the market the independence, the transparency which is needed, and the focus, so that Sonangol should be focused on its own business, and the agency also focus on the licensing and so on and so forth. So this is the other big achievement that the country have done, and we are very proud of. In the other hand, the investment in the infrastructure, not only on people, because people will need the structure to work on. So that one is very important and brings a lot of questions on my mind, like Angola is investing on refineries, have already invested on the gas plant. And today, if you look at the investors, still the same. I mean, the source for money is the same. And Namibia is coming and very well. The discoveries and so on are great, and we are proud of it. Thinking on the sources of investment, one of the questions should be is there a need for Namibia to invest on refineries? Or perhaps work on shared infrastructure in order for them to look for this investment to put on other places of the industrialization process so that it can grow bigger and bigger and best. So this is just a question, not a statement. But investing in infrastructure is one of the lessons learned that Angola has gone through. And there is still a lot of effort being done now that have started some time ago, that we are, of course, proud of it. And of course, in near term, we will be even more proud. The other one should be the experience that we got from the other countries, like Nigeria, for example, the United States and the other ones that came, work with us, teach us, prepare our people, our workforce to be ready to manage the business. And one of the examples was in 2020, when the pandemic started. I was offshore working for Exxon at that time. Actually, I'm one of the peers that is a result of the Angolanization process. So there were an issue with the people coming in and out. So I was proud to see at that point Angolans running the business. So that didn't happen in a day. It took a long time, took a process. People had to go through, a lot of training abroad, a lot of in-country training, a lot of work doing training, on-job training. So this is something that Namibia and Namibians will go through also, I think, but it has to be in our mind that we will need some time to get people ready to go and to take over the business.
Yeah.
So this is at least the 4 lessons learned that I want to share now.
Thanks.
I'll have to share more.
Happy. Let's chat about it later. I like the point that you made about learning from the rest of Africa. And I thought it was amazing this morning when we had the African Union anthem along with the Namibian national anthem, just in acknowledgement of the need for collaboration on the continental basis, but also wider on a global basis. You touched on infrastructure, and Adriano, I want to ask you, as a big oil and gas company with wider energy ambitions, infrastructure must be one of those things that you assess when you come into a new territory. If you are going through a FID or assessment process at the moment, what do you see are the infrastructure needs that's required to make things happen for you in the country?
Thank you for the question. And by the way, it's much easier to speak after Maggie and the others been talking about infrastructure to Namibia. Yesterday we had a lovely presentation from Namport, and we also have some debate on what and what not. But when you look at infrastructure, allow me to divert for a second, use analogy of a car. We don't need only the car. No? We're going to need the fuel, the oil, the roads, and the driver. The car itself makes no sense. So when you talk about infrastructure for Namibia, you need to look at the whole aspect of it. And your presentation before was quite nice, by the way, about capabilities. And we have proved, Total, Shell, ourselves, and now Rhino, Chevron, and others to follow, that Namibia has the capability built on the backbone of Walvis Bay, the repair and the marine support activities, the fisheries. So they have the capability. Now it's a question of capacity. And what to do about capacity? I love the presentation of Numport. Don't agree totally with it, but is a great start. And the first time you start seeing that comments is not only the harbor. If you want to really use Lüderitz, you need to change the town. You need to add what we call the retro support, which today we have in Walvis Bay. We have enough capability. We don't have capacity. When we operate together as Shell and Total, we were basically fighting for resources. When you start to listen to that, we start having the confidence, and Namibia start to understand what needs to be done. And there's lots to learn, and I like a lot of the comments that are being shared here, shared resources. The industry have built in the past, and hopefully learned from it, that we duplicate everything that we do. We don't like to share. Total is over here, we like to talk to Total, and we have a tendency to have my resources, have their resources, and we don't share. But we don't compete. We compete to secure our license. After that, we shall collaborate, having everything that we can share in terms of common infrastructure, the common support services, so we can use what Namibia has today and allow with time they continue to grow capacity so they can support our developments. And this is extremely important. And a gentleman talked about the qualification of local workforce. And this is essential, the drivers. We have seen, again, Namibia proved the world have capabilities. The service industry, Schlumberger, Halliburton, and others, they already hire a large content of local Namibians. So it's possible, but you need to have the mindset to that. What we need to avoid is, when talk about infrastructure, is to look at a single point, like the harbor. It's not only the harbor. And yesterday there was another gentleman, I forgot his name, but has an interesting panel or presentation that he was discussing the curse on the economy of a single source of commodity. I disagree with lots of his points, but one point he was completely correct. We need to coexist. We talk about oil and gas, but we cannot forget the other industry that do exist in Namibia. We have the tourism, and we have the fishing industry, we have the mining, so we have the farming. All those need to coexist. We have proven in the past that the industry has the financial muscle to push itself through and find their own solution if we can prove the economic attractiveness of our discovery. But if we do that, we end up destroying the rest of the economy. That's not the case. So when you think about infrastructure, Numport, we need to think about the fishery, we need to think about the tourism. Now, we think about, a gentleman was contesting about the dry port of Walvis Bay. This is needed. If you want to be the energy source or the energy hub of Africa, we also need to be the trading hub of Africa. You need to create these conducive initiatives so more and more activities do occur in country. And with that, there's several others that needs to be considered. Is how do you support the workforce? Man, I like Maggie when Maggie say we need to benefit the society. The society will increase the living standard. Living standard come to new demands, and the new demands needs to be addressed. School, shopping, travel, and everything. And so, long story in a single sentence is we are here to stay. We need to collaborate. We cannot muscle our way through. Some lessons learned from nearby countries that we need to consider. and make sure that we do a sustainable development. Then we are here for all, not only for ourselves. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. I think it's a great summary. Martin, we've heard from Gulp, from Namibia. You represent a wide range of the producers. For readiness, we've heard skills, the lessons learned from Angola. We've heard infrastructure. What are the other things that your members would like to see for Namibia to be ready to take off?
Thank you for that question, Andreas. I think some of those things have already been mentioned by Shakwa today. We want to have some of those caveats that he mentioned in terms of stabilization. As you can really understand that some of these discoveries that our members have made over the last 2 years are quite in deep water. So that in itself already poses a challenge in terms of development to bring these resources to the surface. So we want to ensure that government at least also listen to some of those technical challenges that are posed in actually developing these resources. I mean, the investors have the technology, they have the experience because they've done it elsewhere. But if we cannot protect their investment, they can just as well as invest it elsewhere because there are other jurisdictions where they can recoup their investment quite quickly. So we are hoping to further engage those conversations with the Land Ministry. I know the conversations have started, and we're just hoping to build on that momentum so we don't lose sight of what we want to achieve. I think the other thing that we need to look at is that as Namibians, we currently don't possess the skills. We need to be honest with ourselves that we don't have it, but it's good to see that there are certain sectors within the industrials where we can really support the industrial. And it's good to see that it's at 45% because that we want to build on that. But we need these skills now. And our members, they can bring that skills. It's just a question of how do we ensure that our members are given that opportunity to bring these skills in country without really the hassles or some of the barriers that we are seeing in terms of immigrations. The visa issues, I know the conversations are starting, but if we don't improve on that, then project execution is delayed because we need to appreciate the fact that some of these companies work on a schedule that doesn't require to be impacted by certain conditions. So if that changes, then it becomes very unfavorable for them to actually work in this sector. So those are some of the things. Other things in terms of training and capacity building, we want to see that because our conversation is always we have partnered with Petrofund, where we are seeing that they are trying to invest in the TVETs because that is where the maximum benefit needs to be translated to. If there is a need to overhaul those institutions so that they can train the right skills that are fit for purpose for the industrial, then that is what we want to see. As an association, I think we can bring some of those learnings where it has been done. We completely support Petrofund as we've done over the years. In fact, the 30% or 70% of our training fund goes to Petrofund. And then obviously Petrofund have completely trained a lot of Namibians who are currently, some of them are employed at NAMCO. And then obviously we do have some of the interns within the ministry and then so forth. So the conduit for the skills into the sector is already there. But I think we'd want to enhance on it. And then as an association, we are ready to support government in all endeavors to ensure that at least all our partners are in play. We don't want to leave anyone behind. As it was already mentioned today, that prosperity, if we want to ensure that the oil and gas industry will prosper in Namibia, the Namibians need to prosper. They need to prosper. Without that, we're going to have a lot of problems, and then we're going to end up having stranded resources, which we don't want to see. Yeah.
I hear a loud and strong message for collaboration between business and government, and that is key for success, I believe, in the region. Melanie, I'm going to ask you, because Martin referred to it as well. So So we've got the 45% or 22 out of 45 areas covered from a capacity point of view, but there are others that we think we need to do. What is the way forward? What needs to happen for Namibia to make that 45% 100%, or if not that much, a higher number, and to capitalize really on the 45 that's already in place?
Thank you for that. So I'm just going to quickly cover in terms of what were the potential next steps that we got from our survey. So I think first and foremost, which I think I said a couple of times, is really increasing awareness. So increasing awareness where supply chains, where suppliers can fit in the life cycle of the oil and gas industry, what they need to do, what they need to be in terms of compliance with what HSSE standards, what do they need to do in order to supply the industry. Then one other thing that also came up quite a lot is the local content policy. That needs to be finalized, but it needs to be a competitive local content policy. Then what also came up was infrastructure. So infrastructure was a key area of concern that suppliers also raised. And yes, when we talk about infrastructure, it's not only the port, but at the moment the port is a critical place. And when we talk about the port, it's not only Lüderitz, it would be Walvis Bay potentially as well, and really making sure that Namport can cater, and it doesn't not only Namport, but that they can cater for offshore and for the maritime bases as well. So that's one of the other areas. Then access to financing. Access to financing is critical. It's critical that SMEs or supply chains that want to work or want to support the industry have the financing. But we also need to think differently when we talk about financing, because we spoke about payment timelines as being one of those risks that, the large or long payment timelines. So we need to look at, from a financier perspective, how can we find different ways of giving financing to suppliers that can be based maybe on contracts or things like that, and other sorts. So really thinking out of the box in terms of how we can help with financing. From a workforce perspective, having a national workforce database, and I know Petrofund has started that, but really building on a workforce database and having a workforce enablement system. When we talk about workforce enablement system, it's about making sure that the VTCs, the universities, and the likes are offering the right qualifications, but at the same time also supporting those that already are there. So that Petrofund has enough support that they can also make sure that they have other people qualified, and also having other on-the-job types of skills training for, for the health and safety requirements and whatever other requirements there might be. Then speaking about supply chains. So supply chains, having a national supply database, which has all those suppliers that can access the database, can register on the database, but at the same time they need to be vetted. And then having a supply enablement center. The Supply Enablement Center is there to help suppliers in terms of responding to RFQs and RFPs from the oil companies. There are very stringent requirements that the oil companies require, and really helping those suppliers that they know what they need to do in order to respond positively from a supply chain perspective. And then when we talk about those 22 odd suppliers that currently do have the capacity, those need to be uplifted, invested, get the right HSE standards in place, right ethics and compliance standards in place. And that also costs money if you try and get ISO compliant, etc. But all of this, it's not just one party that needs to be involved here. There's numerous stakeholders across the board. It requires the oil and gas companies, it requires the suppliers, it requires the training institutions and universities, it requires government, and it requires the capital providers. But at the same time, when we talk about government, it requires collaboration across government as well. We heard earlier also about visas being an issue. We need to make sure that the different departments within government are all working together and collaborating with one another for the same good.
Excellent. I think, Maggie, and that's a big challenge for you to get all spheres of government to work together, so good luck. Shakwa, the MC said you don't have to sing at lunch if I ask you the last question. We'll ask you last before we go into the rest of the conversation. In your presentation, you gave lots of advice to government. You spoke about stability, transparency, local content, the role of the regulator, all of that. You're sitting here as the head of a legal firm. There's lots of business in the room that wants free advice. If you had to do that presentation to business, to say what should business do in order for them to comply from a legal point of view, but also to maximize value out of what they have here and to drive legislation in the right direction, what would the advice be that you give to the audience?
Thank you, Andres. The advice is not only to the businesses. Most of them, they know what's to be done for them to operate. But the advice should be to the Namibian entrepreneurs, because the international oil companies can only work with those local entrepreneurs who are ready and have availed themselves and have prepared themselves to meet certain criteria. So the audience we should be speaking to is the local entrepreneurs, the Namibian business people. And my advice to them is don't be in the periphery. Get involved in the thick of things. Start learning now, attending all these platforms, engaging NAMCO, engaging the Ministry of Mines and Energy, teaching yourself about the opportunities which are available. So be proactive. And what is important is that prepare yourself. When it comes to services, for example, be it the construction, engineering, be it the real estate, accommodation, hotels, car rentals. Those are just some of the few services which we have noted as our legal advisors and also entrepreneurs within the sector that most of these international oil companies, as well as the drilling company, service company, they want to give work to Namibian companies. Sometimes the challenge they have is that they are getting a few of them who are ready. And then most importantly also is that once the local entrepreneurs start getting involved, they need to, the industry requires a lot of certifications. So they need to ensure that in those sectors, or sub-sectors where they've seen the opportunities, they get satisfied. For example, if they need to operate and do the services offshore, they need to get satisfied. If they need to analyze or review major tools, they need to get certified. So the certification is very important. And if you have a service company, ensure that if you need your employees to go and do some painting and some fabrication in the rig, get those employees certified, because the painting, the electrical work in the rig, in offshore, the requirements are not the same. You can be a good painter. You have painted so many buildings and construction projects, hotels, but that does not automatically qualify you to do offshore work. So the business owners should prepare their people, get them to these training short courses in the neighboring countries, be it South Africa, Angola, and fortunately, the Petroleum Training Fund, Petrofund, I've seen they've advertised scholarship for some of this vocational training. So that is very important, because those are the immediate opportunities now you grab. And most of these IOCs and service companies, they want to grow with these local companies, from giving these low medium services to going up and doing the bigger services, even competing with the international service providers. So they want to see that growth. And then it's all about trust in the industry, trust and deliverance. So if you can deliver as a local company, these IOCs, the service company, drilling companies will trust you. They start giving you the work. So there is no shortcut to get there. But the opportunity is there. And if you are not proactive as the local businesses and you don't show real interest, you don't get involved, you will end up being one of those who will just be complaining that we are not benefiting after 10 years from now. So this is the opportunity for them to get involved. And also, I think another challenge also which our local entrepreneurs might encounter, which needs the coordination of the industry and the banking sector, is the access to financing also. Because if you as a local entrepreneur, you have got a big tender from one of the service company or IOCs, either to supply certain things or even to construct certain warehouses or buildings, and requires a lot of money. The first point of contact will be our local banks, and that's where we need these banks to get involved and to understand the industry and understand that we can't apply the same requirements we do apply for other businesses, because the opportunities is there, and the return from your investment is also guaranteed. So we need to find a way to get, I'm happy that we have some of the banking institutions like RMB and FNB here, and some are in attendance from other banks, to start these talks and this engagement, because if they become too stringent, they'll start losing these opportunities to some of the equity funders and some of the banks from outside the country. And at the end, they'll say they were not afforded the opportunity. But it's upon this banking institution to support the local content, the building of the local economy. Without the financing, we can't have our own Namibian champions. So we need, but that financing can be localized also, so that we all drive value from it. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. You made a very good point that was made yesterday as well. And that's about understanding the requirements, whether you're the entrepreneur, but the banks mentioned it yesterday in the session as well, understanding the needs of the entrepreneur and the funding and how it sits in the full value chain. Adriano, I want to move to gas a little bit. Maggie touched on it, and I wanted to comment after you've spoken about. You've got an oil fund, but you've got the small gas problem on the side, which is also a fantastic opportunity. What is your view on gas strategy for Namibia and the way forward?
As I said before, and the risk of being repetitive, it's always easy to speak after Maggie. So I can even use her slide as a reference. We don't have a gas problem. We're quite happy what we have, and it's a great opportunity. And if allow me to use the Maggie slide, it's a quite important message to our industry. We talked about sharing before, but deep dive a little bit on gas. We definitely advocate for single gas solutions. And I can give you a couple of examples on that. We can use a neighboring country, Angola, where they have a single gas solution under Angolan LNG. Is a successful model where not only preventing flaring, reducing our carbon footprint, allow the companies to monetize their molecule in the most efficient manner by sharing a common infrastructure. And they have a model that is suitable to Angola. Doesn't mean that we have to carbon copy, but all the participants has ability to process the gas, and they will trade the gas and the liquid depending on different equities, but is a successful one. Then you have another successful model, is completely different on the legal, regulatory, and commercial, that's the US, the Gulf of Mexico. But having available infrastructure that you have access rights allow you to bring stranded resources that in the past were no economic, and today they will bring you double-digit returns because it's easy for you to complete, put in production, tap into existing infrastructure, then we can trade, we can do anything you want, consolidate throughout the infrastructure, and also you have access to the processing facility onshore where you can go for your strategy. Not having it is Brazil. a country that's aiming to become the 5th largest producer in the world, and they have 2 evacuation routes of gas. So the majority of gas in Brazil is reinjected, and some of the fields get to the technical point that's not anymore economically attractive to reinject the gas. So you need to monetize the gas, and you don't have the infrastructure to do so. And as most of their gas is associated gas, so they will start having to curtail production because of the gas. And there's a lot of things being done, and the gas evacuation being deregulated. Now you have access rights to essential infrastructure, etc. But where they are today, they're too late. And the 3rd route is about to be inaugurated there finally, but it's too little, too few, for a country with production that size. Let's turn the page, Namibia. Ourselves, Total and Shell, and soon Rhino, Chevron, we're probably going to have enough volumes to justify a evacuation route. And we also almost co-located to Kudu. Yep. So all those together, probably individually, we would not have a viable economic solution for the gas, but together, if we could have access to that essential structure, there could be a 3rd party deregulated with right access and everything else, and also the shore facility, the processing, and we need to think about trading. We need to think about what to do with the molecule afterwards. We will consume locally, we will export, we will demand more infrastructure, go back to that loop that we discussed before. But to do that, we need a regulatory framework. We need a legal framework, a fiscal, no? And Namibia give us some good footprint to work on, the stability, the legal stability, the political stability, the sensitivity of contracts. But the other part of it need to be worked. We need to get that slide and put to work in order to have a solution. And it needs to be one that fits all. So we all can participate. Of course, we have those mega discoveries. We're really lucky by that. But we are going to have the smaller ones. And those water depths, and we need to create, again, a structure that those resources can be produced in an economic manner. And we only can do that by collaborating, by working together. Oh, you got a yellow card. But the right elements are there. The only thing I disagree heavily with Numport is time. We don't have time. Yeah. The train has left the station. We talk about FID, you mentioned Total, so we use Total again, Maggie. And we look also to our project to accelerate First Oil. And to do that, if the infrastructure needs to be built, we don't have the time. So we're looking forward to collaborate with the government and with Namibian country and society, how to create this platform where we can monetize the gas molecule and, on our project. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Maggie, before you respond, I'd just like to get Pedro's take on it, because Ariana referenced the Angolan model. Is there anything you want to add to that? Any wisdom?
No, with us is the advantage, there's an advantage of being a latecomer, a late bloomer. You have so much examples that you have to cherry pick what you want to do, but the advantage of us being the land of the brave, we always create what we want. And because of that, we are in a process of developing or starting to develop what we call our own gas master plan. And this is an initiative or an activity that's going to be undertaken by the ministry together with NAMCO and with the input of the industry. The main approach or reason for us to do it this way is that we want to lay out the country foundation and the plan for the whole industry, that it makes it clear for anybody that's coming, whether it's the discoveries that we have right now or whether it's those that are coming tomorrow. The pathway is very clear in terms of what we want to do with our gas. What we want to do with our gas is value addition, and we are talking about in-country value addition, and hence why we are saying the gas must be landed in Namibia. But with the gas master plan, or when we are going to create it, is that a key ingredient to that is the issue of the common use infrastructure. We're speaking about producing these resources in an efficient manner, and one of the most point for being efficient is to make sure that you reduce the operation cost, and that is done by ensuring that the infrastructures that you are bringing into the country are utilized to the maximum best possible. We have already started then the conversation with the operators and the license holder. We have shown a slide that directly, especially like for the Orange Basin, there will be a common point for us to be able to deliver the gas. What we have right now, we have started the conversation with the companies who say, if we need a 12-inch pipeline for us to bring your gas onshore to Luderitz or to another point, whether it's Oraniemond, we will design that pipeline so that the volume that it can evacuate should cater for all the resource that we see in the basin. And the design and the lead and the ownership of this infrastructure should lies mainly within the state. NAMCO will take a lead in terms of this, but we don't also exclude the opportunity or the fact, knowing that the private-public partnerships are an exciting ingredient in terms of us to be able to have this infrastructure to be built on time. As has been said by Adriano, that we don't have the luxury of time. We need funds to come in very quickly, and we need expertise and those that are capable to come in quickly. So we have started the conversation of building the synergies between the license holders to say that for every resource that you are producing, we're going to allow you to utilize certain volumes that is for operation efficiency, whether this is through injection for reservoir performance, but any other molecule that's out there that you will not be using need to be brought together into a cumulative pot so that then it can be brought into the country for us to be able to diverse the economy. The plan is for us, as I said, power independence is the first approach. But this, in terms of power generation, for what we need Namibia and even the SADC region, it's very little volume compared to what we have just within the Orange Basin. So we need to already start thinking about how best can we develop a petrochemical industry within Namibia, and then for Namibia to become a hub for also other gases that can come in, but we need to develop this sector. And therefore the gas monetization plan will therefore lay out then the details in terms of how exactly do you want to handle each and every molecule. Right now, we're looking at the southern part for it to be the landing point for the gas that is coming out of the Orange Basin. But as I said, the Namibian offshore is vast. We still have discoveries that are going to be made within the Luderitz, within the Walvis, and within the Namib Basin. And those who require or mandate for us to have other port or other points whereby this gas can be coming in, and hopefully we should be able to have opened up us in terms of being an industrialized nation for us and to produce the various products that can come out of this. But the main agenda in that strategy is value addition, and this is value addition in country.
Excellent. And there's a small economy in South Africa that desperately need gas to power. So if you could figure that into that plan, please. I got the white card, not the yellow or the red one, but it does mean that we've got 5 minutes or so to wrap up before we get questions from the audience. So I'm going to ask the people who haven't had the second round of questions to just give me 2 minutes of wisdom that you want to leave with the audience before we get questions from the audience, and you can say so much more. Melanie, perhaps if I can start there and then work our way this way.
Thank you. So all I want to say, I think it's an exciting time to be a Namibian in Namibia. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done, and our timeline is quite short. So at the end of the day, it's all about collaboration. We need to work together to make this work. And when we say we, it's everyone, from government down to everyone at the end of the day. And it's about us as individuals also making sure that we understand the industry better if we want to be part of it, and taking that initiative to really upskill ourselves to a certain degree as well. But first and foremost, it's exciting to be a Namibian.
Pedro?
Well, my mother used to tell me when I was younger than today that lucky is when the opportunity finds the readiness. And there is a lot of opportunity here in Namibia today with the discoveries and so on and so forth that we already know. But harnessing this potential will be critical to meet the domestic demand and also the region demand. In order for capitalize that potential, Namibia have to develop at least in 3 steps, integrated not only Namibia, but the region in the whole Africa. The first one will be the integrated regional infrastructure to get this potential and make this potential reality, wealth for the people, for the country, and for the continent. Collaboration in research and development is the second point. Because the regional collaboration will be enabler for this potential to come out of the ground and be a reality in terms of wealth and joint investment, because no one can do it. Oh, some of us can't. But if you want to go far, go with somebody else. If you just want to go fast, go alone, right? So collaboration will be key for Namibia and for Namibians, but also for Africa and for the region. In conclusion, what I want to say is the future of energy in Namibia and the creation of energy value chain in Africa depends on collaboration. The way we will approach the opportunity, how we're going to transform the potential into reality. So our founding fathers like Mandela, Agostinho Neto, and Mr. Nujoma, they did their part. Now it's our part to seize the future that is in our hands.
Thanks. Shaka?
Yeah, thank you. I think my message to the Namibians, including the government, the stakeholders, the citizen, is that the industry will not wait for us. If we have given the operators and agreed with them a work program to say within these years you drill how many wells, and then they've done that. They've brought a few development plans for us. We've agreed that this is how you develop it and you must do within these years. They will not wait. If they have to do it in 2, 3 years, 4 years, they will not wait for us to be ready. So they will not wait for 10 years to say, let's wait until the Namibians are ready. They have to move and develop the resources. They have to honor their contracts. So we need to start getting involved and start moving. So if the train has started moving, and if you chase it very late, you might not catch up with it before it reaches the final destination. But if we start chasing the train now, we might catch it halfway. So let's turn the possibilities we have now into opportunities. Thank you.
Excellent. Martin, the final word from your side as voice from the industry.
Yes, thank you. I think maybe my word of wisdom, I'll try to be careful, because working for NAMCO And then also being a chairperson of NAMPOA, you have access to a lot of information. So I think for Namibia, we need to take a good example from South Africa recently. We know that Total exited one of the most premium asset, and obviously with that exit has sort of shackled the global community. So we don't want to be caught up in situations whereby an investment cannot be made because of the actions which tend to be aligned to some of our policies, our governance institutions, and then so forth. So as an investor, we are very sensitive to certain things that are done or made, which could impact sometimes the economical viability of a project. So we don't want that to happen for Namibia. And obviously, our members are committed. You can already see by how Total is accelerating, how Shell has drilled back-to-back wells. Other operators, Chevron, and then Rhino, Galp, and so forth, have done already their part. The only thing that we need to do is that we need to collaborate together, form partnership, which can obviously want to ensure that Namibia benefit.
Excellent, thank you. We now have 15 minutes for questions from the floor. I see a hand there. I don't know, do we have roaming mics? How do we do it? And I have to apologize, I've got lights in my eyes, so I can't see all the hands as well. So please jump up and down if you don't see any action. Ma'am, if you can start off. Sorry, and just brief introduction of yourself, 1-2 sentences, and then please stick to a good question, not a monologue.
Thanks very much for a very interesting discussion. My name is Elaine Mills. I work for Argus Media. My question is to Andreas. I was just wondering what progress have you made in finding a partner on PEL 83 or PEL 83? And also, initially you planned to drill 4 wells this year, but that has been delayed now and 3 wells will be drilled next year. Initially you said that you were not in a rush to sell down your stake and that it would depend somewhat, or not depend, you will first do this drilling campaign. But your CEO recently said that the timing of those 3 wells actually depend on finding a partner. I was wondering what has changed. Is it financial considerations, or why the change? And then lastly, Total Energies has said that its break-even price is $30 a barrel. I was just wondering what Galp's break-even price would be. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try to answer. If I forgot some of your questions, please remind me. The process is going quite well, and that is the further I will comment on that, and thank you to respect it. Second, allow me to correct you wrong. Okay, our initial plan is to drill 4 wells next year. We decide for technical reasons to accelerate 1, and we remain the other 3 next year as planned. Okay, and third, no. We're not depending on a partner to continue our appraisal and our early production facilities program. If we find the right partner, we're happy. If we don't, we'll continue to progress as planned. Thank you. Did I forget any?
Just the break-even price.
I'm not going to discuss that.
Thank you.
Sorry, who's got the next mic?
Over here.
Sorry, thank you.
Hi, first of all, thank you for a very insightful panel. My name is Ibrahim Aminu from Ghana. I work for an organization that's focused on capacity building for small, medium enterprises, suppliers within the oil and gas sector. We have recently set up what we call an industry enhancement center in Uganda, funded by your sustainable energy partner. Now, my question is to Maggie, and I'm borrowing from what Melanie said about a supply enablement center as part of the recommendations that you have on your industry baseline study. The question is, and I want to put it in context, is that the challenges we're facing in Uganda right now is we're so close to first oil, 2026, and the suppliers are simply not ready because it took so long through the contracting process to set up the center and all of that. So the question is that what are the plans to set up something similar here? How soon do you think something like that can happen? Time is obviously of the essence. If first oil is expected 2029, then a center to support SMEs should have started perhaps yesterday. So what's the plan to do something like that for Namibian SMEs? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think with us, earlier on, we have noted that as a country, as my brother have clearly said, if you want to go far, go together. What we want to do is for us to go very far at a very fast pace. And in order to achieve that, we have to grow in terms of from the strength that we already have as a country. Earlier on right from the 1990s, when we started our legislative and framework to establish it, we have already built in an element of capacity building and also institution building. If you find now, the Petro Fund has been training for the industry even before we have made discoveries, and most of the people that are serving the industry have been homegrown through this fund. But what most people don't know is that through the Petro Fund, the organization is not only given the mandate to train and build the capacity, but it's also to build the institutions that are able to build this capacity. So through that, we acknowledge the fact that government alone cannot take on this initiative and sufficiently do it to build the capacity for the whole industry alone. So we open up to say that the public and the private sector need to come together and collaborate so that we can build some of these institutions that can then, an institution exactly like what you are describing, a center, can then be able to assist us so that in a short period of time, we can have some of these institutions up and running to be able to train. What we have been doing right now for vocational skills training, which is what is mostly needed for us then to be able to serve the sector, through the Petro Fund, we have been sending people out to Angola, to Indonesia, and having a collaboration with all the local VTC in terms of upgrading their program that they are offering so that they can also then include oil and gas courses. But we need private partnerships to come in and set up initiatives locally and be able then to take some of those examples that we have made for Uganda, for Ghana, to bring it to Namibia and then build that capacity. You are welcome to set up the institution here, and that is what we need, because only through that way we can then be able to roll out the training massively and the training campaign massively and be able to reach out to a large volume of Namibians so that we can be ready for this industry that has already started.
Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Neville Indongwe and I'm a law student. So my question isn't just conveyed to one specific speaker, just whoever can answer it the best.
We'll give it to the lawyer.
Okay, so in your opinion, do you think Namibia should make themselves a signatory to the ET, which is the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative? And a follow-up question is, would it convey more economic benefits to Namibia if we become an OPEC member? Thank you.
Okay. You said I should answer. Yes, thank you for the question. You're a very smart student. You already know about the Extractive Transparency Initiative. Well done, keep it up. So, the ETI, how do you abbreviate it?
Extractive
EITI, yes. It's a very good institution, or good platform, just to ensure that the resources accountability for the resources in the country is done well in terms of also making available the contracts which the IOCs have signed with the government, so, and then making them public. However, I must say that to be a member also, it also obviously comes at a cost. I can't remember the figure. And secondly, you have to, there's a need, it's not a decision which the government can just hastily take without also engaging the industry. Because those contracts you are going to for example, to make available will include some of the companies which are investing heavily. So you need to bring them on board so that they'll be able to support you to be able to comply with the conditions of the ETI. They are very stringent conditions. And there are countries in the past who had joined, like the USA, and withdrew. And some of the reasons of withdrawal was that, most of the big operators, were concerned about just that breach of confidentiality. And then these are the big income earners which are bringing into the country to drive the GDP, which you need also to consider them that your partner. And there are many other examples of countries that have joined and left. There are those countries who are not members even after the USA left. You are not a member, but you can still comply with the principles, so that it's no more comparison on you, but you can still do it and say, I still have these principles. Some of the jurisdictions and countries, they already have the principles of transparency and accountability in place. And some of the jurisdictions, you can use existing legislations, whether it's legislation on disclosure of some of the information which you think should be disclosed to the public. Some of those legislations are being discussed in Namibia. So there is a whole lot of things to look at as a country. They need to evaluate a lot, that is from my perspective, and ensure that they can comply with the principles and the obligations fully, and ensure that there's support also from industry. So it's not a matter of you just immediately jumping in to join it because there are those echoes, but there's a lot of things to consider. Thank you.
Thanks. The second part was value of becoming a member of OPEC. Pedro, anyone on the panel that want to answer that? Would you like to?
Well, I'm not the right person to answer this question, but the reason why countries go into these organizations are the reason why they withdraw. So I think this question should be fair for Maggie or for the Honorable Deputy Minister, but we, as Angola country, we were already member of this organization. Today we are not, so
yeah.
There are reasons why.
That's why I was asking you. I don't think we can give an answer to that question. It's as rightfully as you say, it's with the politicians, but with industry, working with them.
It's kind of a decision that the country itself have to make, and it's not my friend here or myself, but normally the highest level of the country will have to handle that.
Absolutely. Taking the interest of business in as well. Next, Mike.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Ojo. I am Namibia, so 100% Namibian, 100% Nigerian. I love both countries, have lived and worked in both countries. My background is in strategy consulting, so I've worked at McKinsey & Company for a number of years. And I think seeing sort of the two narratives and the two stories, discovering oil a lot earlier in Nigeria, and then here we are sort of later comers, but also have some good opportunities. One of the things that I've noticed is that there's quite a number of places and areas we can play. And what I am inspired by, while I'm inspired by that, right, and energized by the number of connections, my question, I think, is to the Commissioner. Do we have a sense of what part of the value chain we want to play in first? Do we have a sense of our unique selling point as a nation? And I'm talking about Namibia. And can you intimate a little bit more? I mean, you talked a little bit about the gas master plan. Can you intimate a little bit more on where we intend to start? What are the priorities? Thank you.
Thanks.
No, thank you. I think in terms of where do we want to play, it's without a doubt throughout the full value chain. That is our position as a country. But we know and are aware of our capability and ability, and also are aware that the industry is highly specialized and that it requires expertise and specialized skills that we, in some areas, do not have. With that being said, we are working on leveraging what we already know. Namibia is a country that has been involved in mining for the past 100 years. And in terms of the offshore environment, Namibia has been fishing for how many years? Many, many years. So these capabilities that we have are what we are leveraging in terms of growing them so that they can then be able, because that provides us with a platform to be able to close that gap within a short period of time to offer that service to the oil industry. With that being said, through the IBS study that we have done, we have identified the sectors that will provide what you can term as the low-hanging fruit for Namibians. And these sectors have been listed. And through the local content policy, once a policy has been passed, there will be regulations that will give clear guidance in terms of threshold and mandates of Namibians, how we are going to participate. That part is still coming in terms of the regulation. And when the regulation comes, we are going then to identify the sectors that we can solely say that as Namibian, here we have the capability, and these are reserved for Namibia. But as at the stage where we are not yet there, and we therefore need to grow by making sure that we are capacitating ourselves, growing from that 45% to a larger number, as my colleagues have said, so that by the time we get to a point of being able to set the thresholds, we know exactly which sector we are targeting. In terms of the offering as a nation, I think that has been said in many platforms or many of the presentations that have been here before. We offer you a conducive environment, and there are many, many, many layers of offerings that us as a country will give you in terms of as a selling point for the nation. I don't need to mention any one of them, but the Namibian nation, the peace and stability, the conducive environment, and the ability for us as a nation to be able to sign contracts that we are cognizant of the fact that it must have benefits for the investor as it should have benefits for the Namibian shareholder, which are the Namibian citizen, is what we are putting forward as what we are offering. The third question, I forgot.
No, I think that's fantastic. You nailed it. The essence is we want to maximize value. We want to turn possibility into opportunity throughout the full value chain, and you'll prioritize accordingly. I want to make use of the opportunity to thank the panelists. You were fantastic. Thanks for the wisdom that you shared. And then handing back to the MC to take us forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and our panelists. May I please ask you just to gather in front for a group photo, and then I'm going to ask Patrine to be on my side here, and I'll ask our panelists and moderator to move down from my right side to receive your gift. Those of you who have not yet received a token of appreciation. While the photo is being taken and in managing our time, there are just a few announcements that I would like to make before we break for lunch. Please note that all presentations will be shared on the conference app and the website after the conference, so you need not worry about that. And then I believe that there are some of the delegates who have arranged for business-to-business meetings. The app allows B2B meetings, so kindly make sure that you receive your email to confirm that, or you might also receive a notification from the app. So just make sure that you are aware of that, as I believe that some of the delegates have sent meeting requests with no response. So please do take note of that. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the first six rows, you will be ushered to the Movenpick Hotel for lunch. The rest of the delegation, you will also be ushered to the other lunch areas. So our lunch, generously sponsored by Axis. Again, we encourage you to take the opportunity to network and explore the exhibition area, connect with fellow delegates, share insights, and lay the groundwork for future collaborations. Very important, our third session this afternoon. I would like to request our speakers, Mr. Esomedan Kekile, Mr. Oysa Ihonde, and Ms. Louise Hangero, to please come back to the venue at around about 14:50. We will start at exactly 3 p.m. with the third session this afternoon. So please do enjoy lunch, and let's make sure that we return energized and ready for our next session at exactly 3 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you to our delegates who are honoring our time. For those of our delegates outside the venue, please make your way back to your seats. We are at 4 minutes away from 3 o'clock. And as stated earlier, we would love to start our third session and our last session for today at exactly 3 o'clock. Maybe I can get an indication of Mr. Esweme Dan Kekili. Is he in his... Okay, great. What's it? I would like to just repeat some of those announcements that we've shared earlier. Again, you're invited to just make sure that your B2B meetings are confirmed. And that is by either checking your email or else you'll also receive a notification from the app. There has been a special request as well that our delegates at the back, if you don't mind filling up the rows in the front. I know it's a psychological thing when you've taken your seat for the day, for the next 2 days, that's your seat. But we'll also allow for some networking. So if you don't mind, and if you're comfortable, our delegates in the back rows, you're more than welcome to move to the front rows. Let's try and fill it up. Then again, all presentations will be shared on the conference app as well as the website. So in case you have missed some of the previous presentations, it will be loaded there. A final call on our delegates outside of the venue. Kindly make your way to your seat as we are ready to start with session 3, which will focus on local content and sustainable inclusive economic growth. Later this afternoon, you will also receive feedback forms, which we kindly request you complete and leave it at the door with the ushers. That will be roundabout this afternoon with our refreshment session. In the meantime, I think we are good to start. We are at exactly 3 minutes past 3. So welcome back to session 3, ladies and gentlemen. Trust that you had a great lunch and networking opportunity as well. Session 3 will delve into the critical topic of local content and its role in fostering sustainable and inclusive economic growth. I just want to get an indication if our first speaker for this session is here in the venue, Mr. Esweme Dan Kekile. Probably making his way still. One minute, I'm told. Thank you to our guests, our delegates who are punctual. We are ready to commence with our third session. Leading this conversation is Mr. Esweme Dan Kekile, and I hope I pronounced the name correctly, General Manager of Corporate Communication and Zonal Coordination at the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Mr. Kekile will guide us through the strategies for developing a sustainable local content framework that promotes both local and international partnerships. Again, a kind request for all our speakers to please remain within their allocated time frame. Remember, the yellow card and the red card will apply. Yellow card giving you 3 minutes, indicating 3 minutes left, and the red card, then you'll go to the sin bin. Duly noted. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Esweme Dan Kekile.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you. We've had school teachers here who have requested the students to greet back, but I'm not a teacher. I came in from Nigeria 2 days ago, first time in Namibia. Wonderful reception, but before I came in, I'd had a long relationship with Namibia. How did that happen? As a student growing up, I'd read about a great Namibian at the time, your late president, Sam Nujoma. Oh, so I'm going to visit him. I'm going to have a picture with him because we had followed him closely and the South West Africa People's Organization, which I understand is the ruling party now. And I was so impressed with the spirit of resilience, the spirit of can-do, and ensured clearly the work of the liberation movement succeeded. And I'm happy to be here in an independent Namibia. But my second My second and even more exciting contact with Namibia was with a young man from this country. 2 years after Namibia's independence, he went to the Olympics. First time, got double silver in the 100 and 200 meters. Frankie Fredericks. Another awesome spirit of Namibia. So I'm happy to be here in this country of these two great African sons. I'm happy to be here to speak on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, Nigeria's preeminent local content regulator. Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe would have loved to be here, but as I speak, he is in the UK, again trying to build and strengthen NCDMB. He's attending an anti-corruption risk assessment training for NCDMB. That's how serious we take the work of local content regulation. He has asked me to extend the very warm greetings from the staff of NCDMB to this August gathering. Last year, my former executive secretary was here, Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, and I hear he wowed this audience with what NCDMB has done in Nigeria. I may not be able to wow you like him. But in the same context, we are continuing the mandate of ensuring that we develop local capacities that can benefit Nigeria in the oil and gas industry, which is our key mandate. So I'm happy to bring greetings from the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. It gives me a great pleasure to be a part of the second edition of this epoch-making flagship event tagged the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. I will speak on local content and sustainable inclusive economic growth, for which we have practiced for 14 years in Nigeria. Prior to that time, we had been in the oil and gas space for nearly 90 years. People talk about 1956 as Nigeria's beginning. We, however, started oil exploration activities in 1903. And from then till 2010, we had no local content activity. So we have a lot of experience to speak on, from where we started in 1903 to commercial find in 1956 in Oloibri to 2010 when we started NCDMB. So I will have an introduction, overview of Africa's hydrocarbon resource base, a feature or the features of successful and sustainable local content practice, how we have done it in Nigeria, and the lessons we can share with Africa and, in this context, Namibia. We'll also highlight some of our achievements. Maybe that will spur the drive for local content in Namibia. And then there are lessons learned. It's a long journey. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So, I like to say that I'm honored to join this August gathering of captains of the oil and gas industry across Africa and beyond to discuss the many opportunities that Namibia stands to gain as it assumes the role of an oil and gas producer. And please permit me, I understand July, August are very special months for those who are from Southern Africa, because that's the beginning of the rainfall, the first rainfalls after the hard and dry winter. And I also understand that during this period, the local languages around this region, they gave this first rainfall different names. But the key about these names were that they all personified cleansing, and they also spoke to rejuvenation of the land. So I believe that this conference is an opportunity to rejuvenate Namibians' participation in the oil and gas industry. I am pleasantly delighted with the earlier sessions of this conference. I have listened to different topical discussions in the oil and gas industry, especially from the perspectives of different oil-producing countries. And I was part of the master class yesterday. Thank you, Ranti, for that very wonderful class and lessons that were learned. So, we speak about Namibia. Namibia is a country of 3 million plus. Nigeria is a country of 200 million. So you can imagine the disparity. How do we compare 3 million to 200 million? How can you move like Nigeria? But in any case, we have Guyana with less than 1 million, who is doing well. We have Trinidad and Tobago. We have Qatar with less than 5 million. So there are lessons that Namibia can learn across the continent and beyond. Discovery of light oil in the intra-deep water in Namibia, estimated at 11 billion barrels of oil revenues. That's huge. It puts Namibia almost at the top 5 in the continent, behind probably Nigeria, Angola, Algeria, and Libya. That is also going to bring a lot of opportunities. And I believe that with that sort of resource and with the lessons across the continent, Namibia will be able to leapfrog because you are not going to reinvent the wheel. And I'm happy that Nigeria is willing to share our experience with Namibia and others in the continent. In this presentation, I will share our experiences and practices, and therefore our focus will be as follows. I'll provide what we consider as highlights of the features of a successful and sustainable local content. I'll share some of the Nigerian local content achievements and share some of the lessons we have learned so far. With an estimated crude oil reserves of 11 billion barrels and gas reserves of 2.2 trillion cubic feet, Namibia has taken its rightful position as a major player. You are coming in at the top level in oil and gas production, not only in Africa, but globally. It is therefore commendable that Namibia is starting with local content policy in mind, as this is the right way to go. And I've mentioned Nigeria from 1903 to 56 to 2010. So we only started this 14 years ago. Namibia is starting right away. Africa is indeed a blessed continent, as most countries in Africa are blessed with significant deposits of oil and gas reserves. Recent discoveries of hydrocarbon deposits have increased the oil and gas reserves of the continent to about 126 billion barrels of oil and about 614 TCF of gas. These facts highlight some of the potential opportunities that exist for Africa in the production and refining of oil and gas for the use of Africa for domestic and export purposes. Africa needs the oil and gas resources for industrialization, for energy supply, for energy security, and indeed for the development of this continent. So for us, we agree with the organizers of the African Energy Week who say, drill, baby, drill. We must continue to drill to support our economy. We must continue to drill to provide energy security for our continent. The use of terms like developing nations, third world countries, poor nations, etc., are commonplace when people are referring to Africa and African countries. These terms are often used to underscore pervasive poverty that is associated with Africa. For instance, according to the data from the Global Finance Economic Data, 22% of the 30 poorest countries in the world are from Africa. Faced with this situation, it will be wishful thinking for us as Africans to expect the challenge of poverty to be solved by others. The reality, however, is that the adoption of local content policy for the oil and gas industry and other resources are veritable means through which Africa and African countries can ensure that the utilization of our resources will translate to energy security, economic development, and the industrialization of the continent. In Nigeria, we have been on the local content journey since 2010, and what we have observed is that achieving and sustaining local content policy implementation can be achieved if three key features are adopted and incorporated into the local content policy. These features include: 1, the integration of 6 key parameters into the local content policy development. 2, adoption and implementation of a robust local content framework. And 3, the development and implementation of a long-term strategic plan. We must look long-term. I had a conversation before we started this session, and we agreed that for Namibians who are just entering into this space, you may think it's a sprint. But for countries who have been in this space, you know that this is a long walk, a marathon, and therefore your plans must be in the long term. Investments will be for the long term because return on investment will come after a long lead time. From our experience as a regulator responsible for deepening and driving local content in the Nigerian oil and gas industry, we have seen that a successful local content policy must entail the deployment of 6 key parameters, which are: 1, a regulatory framework. Yesterday, I mentioned at the master class how we started first with what we call the Nigerian Content Directives, which was a presidential instrument. That directive was domiciled with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC then. We knew from 2001, when that process started, the challenges that were faced, especially from the international oil companies. And so in 2010, the National Assembly took the bold step to enact the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act. That act established the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, as the regulator of the oil and gas industry in terms of building local capacities. And NCDMB over the last 14 years, and you'll see this later, has shown quite clearly that that was the right step in the right direction. The second is to have a thorough gap analysis. And I've seen that in the presentations that have been made here. You have done well from what Deloitte and NAMCO, the petroleum and mining energy industry policy driver has done in terms of being able to ensure that you have a proper gap analysis. So you understand where the space for participation, the activities in the industry from upstream, midstream, and downstream lies. So people can take advantage of those opportunities. We also believe that you need to do capacity building. We have spoken about capacity building in this event in different ways. Some think that capacity building is human resource building. Fantastic. Others think that capacity building is building institutions, is building facilities that can be utilized in the industry. Fantastic. Others also believe that you need capacity building in terms of the institution that manages the industry. We've done this all in Nigeria, and we believe that you need these three areas to be able to build capacity and succeed in the industry. Funding is important. NCDMB has what we call the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund. It's a 1% that is taken from every upstream contract and managed by NCDMB to build capacity, build facilities, help small companies to grow. As I speak, that fund is over $400 million, domiciled with the Bank of Industry in Nigeria, and is given to the industry for asset acquisition, for contract financing, community contractors development. You also need a lot of research and development, because R&D is what will drive innovation. And then finally, you need access to market. If you don't have access to market, all the capacities you build will become useless, so to say. An enabling regulatory framework backed with the appropriate legislation is fundamental in local content practice. A law or decree, depending on the political arrangement in a country, sets the framework and boundaries for all local content practitioners. In Nigeria, that regulatory framework that drives local content policy is the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Development Act of 2010. A structured capacity building intervention is also necessary to foster the development of domestic capacities and capabilities. Gap analysis is key because there's a need to carry out baseline and periodic gap analysis to ascertain the human capacity and infrastructure gaps, which will then form the basis for developing initiatives, projects, and programs that will seek to close those identified gaps. R&D is key as it will enable the development of innovative solutions that will address the peculiar challenges that are being experienced in the nation's oil and gas industry. Funding and incentives are critical, very, very critical, as local companies require incentives and low-interest, long-term funds to be able to develop their capacities, which will in turn enable them to compete favorably in the oil and gas industry. I've said it that similarly, efforts must be made to create access to markets as developed capacities and capabilities need patronage. The second feature is a robust local content implementation framework. I've been shown a yellow card, so I'll quickly run and ensure that I'm not given a red card. A local content implementation framework serves as a structure or a blueprint which spells out the local content policy and how it will be implemented. In Nigeria, our local content implementation framework is structured along what can be classified into the 5 key components. These are analysis, guidelines, and regulations, implementation, monitoring and evaluation. You need to continue to monitor where you are and be able to get feedback from the industry. As part of efforts to achieve our key mandate of developing local capacities, we set an aspirational goal of increasing the in-country oil and gas spend from 26% in 2017 to 70% by the year 2027. That was encapsulated in our 10-year strategic roadmap, hinged on 5 key pillars and 4 enablers. Every initiative we identified for each of the pillars and enablers, and deliberate efforts were made to implement each of the initiatives. In fact, as I speak to you, the initiatives are incorporated into our annual budget as a strategy to ensure that our effort to achieve the set objective is on course. As at the end of 2023, December 2023, we have done the Nigerian content level of 54%, and we are committed to achieve the set target of 70% by 2027. Since the enactment of the Act in 2010 till now, we have been able to record some significant achievements. These include the creation of over 30,000 direct jobs, over 15 million training man-hours, award of over 90% of contracts to Nigerian-owned businesses, utilization of the expatriate management system to ensure that more than 80% of oil companies' management positions are held by Nigerians, growth of successful indigenous operators who are now responsible for the production of more than 60% of Nigeria's domestic gas requirements and over 15% of crude oil production. As I close, I would like to conclude my presentation by reiterating some key points which I'd like you to consider as you proceed in your oil and gas production journey. First, and it's very important, make a conscious effort to avoid the Dutch disease. I'm sure we've spoken about the Dutch disease here earlier. We should not insulate the oil and gas industry from other sectors of the economy. As much as the industry brings in huge revenue, it's an enclaved industry that its employment level is very small, and contribution to GDP from the industry itself is small. But if you link it to other sectors of the economy, agric, manufacturing, construction, and so on, that's where the benefits come to you as a country. Second, local content is gradual. It will take time. As I said earlier, it is a marathon, not a sprint. Third, the focus should be on value addition and retention, not nationalization. You need people to come and set up facilities in Namibia to create employment, to pay taxes, to expand the economy, and make it beneficial to your country. So it's not to say only Namibians or Namibian companies. Fourth, funding is critical for developing local content capacity. Fifth, local content requires customization to suit the peculiarities of each country. It is not a one-size-fits-all process. So Namibia can learn from Nigeria, but you do not need to use the entire Nigerian system. Finally, local content must be a national imperative and therefore should be adopted by all operators in the oil and gas industry as a management philosophy for project execution. as I leave, because I can see Roach on my right-hand side, let me leave you with these words from Arturo Breeze in his seminal work, The Right Place: How National Competitiveness Makes or Breaks Companies. He said the competitiveness race is not unlike a cycling race. If you want to ride fast, you need three things. You need a good bike, you need to be in good shape, and a smooth and fast road. In the collaborative model of business, you might say the business is the bicycle, the business leader is the cyclist, and the road is the government and the external environment. The responsibility of government is to design and build the best possible road. It turns out that when the road is good, good cyclists appear to race on it. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iswemi Dankakile. I'm still figuring what I'm going to charge you with for that extra time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that a white iPad with keypad is missing. In case you have spotted that, please, is that it? Sorry, I can't see from here. Is it yours? Found. So it's no longer lost and found, it's now found. Okay, awesome, great stuff, thank you. In our next presentation, we will explore the evolving landscape of local content from traditional approaches to transformational strategies. Mr. Oise Honde, Director of Business Development at MODEC, will share his insights on how these shifts are redefining local content in the oil and gas industry. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Ihonde.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So I've got a different presentation showing. Okay. So I will have to, okay, good. Great, thank you. So I'll go ahead and start. So I'm Osi Honde. I'm the Director for Business Development at MODEC. And I have been with the company over 20 years. So I've learned a little bit about local contents. Working through Africa, I've done Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mozambique, Nigeria, Senegal, Equatorial Guinea, and I started those, in many of those countries, the oil and gas local content initiatives in those countries, working with the governments and working with the regulators. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to work with the NCDMV, but hopefully we can do that soon. Now, a little bit about MODEC. We are a company of just over 6,000 people, and we have delivered over 55 units and have 4 under construction currently. And we've had over 300 cumulative years of O&M experience. So we have done quite a bit in terms of delivering in the oil and gas space. We started off with derrick barges and have since progressed from TLPs, FSOs to FPSOs. What we'll be talking about today will be the FPSO. The FPSO is a floating production system and offloading unit. And that's our bread and butter, and that's what would be of interest to Namibians going forward. because from our calculations, we see nothing less than 6 to 7 of these on offshore Namibia in the near future. Now, in understanding what it is in terms of dimension, it's about 3 football fields long and about 49 floors high, just so you get it in terms of dimension. And what you'll find is most of the companies you have in the next room would have different modules and different services that they're providing and working with the FPSO. The FPSO would be working in field for about 25 to 30 years. So that's where I would like to anchor and have you remember that, because that's what leads into the local content aspect of this, and that's where the benefit can come to Namibians. What I'll be doing is talking today about the definition of local content, looking at it in the various aspects, and trying to define what we mean by traditional versus transformational. Traditional meaning what you would normally do and what really had no thought put into it. When you have your regulators then give a mandate and you just go and all you're trying to do is to meet it. That's the traditional. But what we at MODEC and some other companies strive to do is to be transformational. So we put intent into it. And so through that, what I'll be doing is talking based on certain case studies that I've selected to present today. Now, in defining local content, one thing we can do is agree to disagree on the definition. Because you would have in the Middle East, the definition is completely different from what you have in Nigeria, which is completely different from what you would have, I'm guessing, in Namibia. And looking at even the definition, when you stratify it and you have your exclusive, your mixed, or your OEM regimes, it gets complicated. So just following local content, you can pick any one of the definitions I have up here and we'll use that going forward. Now, traditional local content. Well, sorry, I forgot to start my timer here, so bear with me for a second. Yeah, so in looking at traditional local content, what you have is, in terms of ownership structures, here, what you have is just the transfer of finances from one entity to the other, usually from a foreign entity to a local entity. That doesn't do much for you in the long run. Next, you have training, and with training, if not monitored and if there's no thought put behind it, what you have is companies coming into your country and they will train you, yes, but they will train you in a very selfish way for what they need, and that's it. So when they're done, and whatever you've learned from them is useless to you once the project is over. Then you have your local fabrication, and with that, what companies would try to do is just leverage on costs. So whatever costs less is what we will do. Then you have procurement of goods and services. And in that, what companies would try to do is just to meet the quota. And what we would do is just to look to the community to support whatever it is we're going to be doing in terms of procurement. Now, when looking at transformational local content, this is what I would like to try to share today, and I'm passionate about it, is when you look at training, what you're doing is you're looking at new skills acquisition, and you're actually looking to upskill people so that you take them from where they are to where they could be. So you're broadening the horizon for them. And this would entail some pre-employment, which is where you're taking people in before you start your project and you start to train them before then. All of this will create transferable skills, and that's something that was spoken of in the presentation before ours, which is something I'd like you to hold on to, which is linking it to other industries. Now, I have been doing this since '95, and I've been to many of these African countries, all the way from Algeria down to South Africa. And one thing I will tell you is that if you stick to just holding on to local content in the oil and gas sector, you failed. What you should do is try to get your local content to spread into other industries, into other sectors. And that's what was mentioned in the past presentation, and that's what I would like you to hold on to. Now, when looking at procurement, what you have there is us benchmarking on economic growth. So that's what we should be looking at, and this is done not just for the contractor, but working in concert with the contractor, the IOC, and you have the regulator, all working together to try to create economic growth. And that way you tend to start thinking outside the box and trying to deliver on it. And then comes something that is close to my heart, which is ownership structures. Remember, before I said it's just a transferring of finances from one party to the other. But what's more important is actually creating a situation where you could have the locals sit in the boardroom with you. That changes things, because then they will be involved in decision making. Not just you're handing them some money and telling them to fickle off, but they will actually be involved in who you hire, where you work, and what you actually do. And there are many stories I could tell in this regard with my many experiences, but because of time, I can't go into them. But trust me on this one, getting people in your boardroom is what you should be focused on not necessarily the dollar value of what you can get out of a project. Now, looking into the case studies, I'll start with training and looking at one in Angola. We got a company called IT&T, and when we got to Angola, this was shortly after they had had their war, and they had had several other companies come in. And what we were trying to do was to set up some training that would bring value to the Angolans. And what had happened during the war, as everyone knows, is education had been put on hold for a while. So this was important to them. So we brought in ITT, and what we decided to do was to set up seminars. And these seminars were set up in hotels, and with Sonangol, we worked with Sonangol in delivering these. And what we did was think through with Sonangol, what type of education would be beneficial to Angolans? And we worked with the investment board again there to try to figure out what exactly would be beneficial to the local companies to learn. And in doing that, we pulled all parties together, and we had different sessions with them on training, and we were able to get in graduates. We got in people coming in from contractors that are working on the projects, and also from our clients. Some of the courses that were presented were project management, we had coding and programming, but we also had some soft skills such as business continuity for entrepreneurs and so on. Then we go on to now certifications. And this is important because we could have a situation where we're just coming in and giving training, but for a project specific, what we're doing is delivering on certifications. And in doing this, what we're doing is being able to give you a certification for welders, for technicians, for people working on board the vessels and working in different fields. But again, here, you could just do a certification for certification's sake and be able to just put a stamp and give a colorful presentation like I'm doing. But you could be intentional about it and think it through and ask yourself, what type of certification would not only selfishly benefit the oil and gas industry, but what type of certification would benefit Namibia as a whole? And this is where we come in with what we've done across Africa, is being able to actually bring the certification boards from outside the country into the country so that, let's take for instance welders, you get them certified. They can now work outside Namibia. So you're bringing in foreign currency into the country by getting Namibians certified to be able to go outside Namibia. Now, for what we were able to do, so just in case people tell you it's not possible, you can't do this in country and so on, we've been able to deliver pressure vessels, which you see bottom right would be an air pressure vessel. You've got central pipe racks. You've got all the mooring equipment built in country. We've been able to do this, and it's stuff that we've done in several countries. Now, saying this, training, now speaking to what we do on board an FPSO, what we would do is take it on so you understand the process a little. We take them through a 24-month process after selecting them, and then we then take them offshore and get them trained offshore as well. Taking them offshore. Now, we could take you to one vessel, have you stay there for a couple of months and bring you back and say, yes, we've taken you outside the country, we've trained you, and that's all, you can go. But no, what we do is, this is from our last FPSO delivered in Senegal. We take them to countries like Brazil, to Australia, to Ghana, to different places, and we have people that we're going to be hiring, locals that we're going to be hiring, go on board vessels, go to different offices globally, and have them trained. For our last FPSO, we had over 52 postings worldwide. We had 31 employees trained, and we created over 20 staff that would go on board the FPSO once it arrived. So our training started 2 years before the FPSO came into the country. So this shows you the amounts of intent that we have going into a project. We're not just trying to tick a box here. There's a lot of thought process that goes into this. And in saying this, now, just to show you that this isn't a one-off, this is Ivory Coast. And in Ivory Coast, to the right, you have some of the certifications that we trained people in. And on the left, you have where we trained them, if it was in country, out of country, or a mixture of both. And this is just showing you, and this is our Baobab FPSO, and this is showing you some of the training that went on there. Now, the results of these trainings, and I'm going to talk a little bit faster because time is running out. The results of this is that you get up to 80% of them securing employment during training. That's something that's key. And then you have 15% of them increase their salaries, and almost all employees that have them on are thrilled with the training that they've received. Now, going on to looking at procurement. In procurement, what is the most important factor is the selection of your potential suppliers. And that is how you go about selecting them. So using Senegal as an example, we held a seminar where we invited all the local vendors, and we invited all of the tier 1 contractors to a seminar, and we introduced them to each other. We asked them to talk, as you can see, top right picture. And then we from there, have them registered, and then we go on, and the next phase would be to launch a tendering process, and from there we move on to contracting. Now, the keys to success would be that what we do is vetting. Now, that is key. We adhere to a very, very strict compliance ethic at MODEC, and we would be looking at the entire supply chain and trying to figure out how we can go about delivering on local content with success. Now, it's one thing for me to stand here and say we've done all of this without showing you proof. These are some of the partnerships that we've encouraged, nurtured, whatever you want to call it, in terms of the oil and gas industry looking at just one FPSO. And where you see the sign that says percentage and upgrade, that's an incentive that we gave some of the contractors, that if you would increase your local content participation, we would award you X contract. So it's an incentive. It's either you choose to do it or you choose to take the risk and not do it. But where you see the percentage up there under partner on the right, you see that several companies did take advantage of it, and the locals get the benefit of it, because then we can tell them that we would like higher participation with the locals. And I'm going somewhere with the incentives. Now, these are some more partnerships that were done, and you have some testimonials. I was planning to read some of that, but what they're arriving at is at the bottom, you'll see there, one of them mentions business growth, skill development, new opportunities, and innovation in logistics. So what we have is them coming back to us to tell us what the benefits are of our local content initiatives. Now, this is a slide that is showing our decrease in international vendors and increase in local vendors over time, and this was in Ivory Coast. Now, looking at, and I'm sure you're now wondering, they did more? Yes, we did. So here we have local fabrication, and in local fabrication, what I chose to show was sawmills, and this is in Angola. For the Angolans in the room, you would recognize this, and this is a before and after picture where MODEC invested in the fabrication yard, and here we not only invested in the yard, we trained the locals, as you see there, and we built several of our components locally. Then we moved on to Sonamet, another fabrication yard in Angola, and this was for one FPSO. We then moved to Sonamet, and we built their training facility. We invested in the training facility, and these are the pictures of that. And these are some of the components that we delivered in Angola. As mentioned, the central pipe racks, where we built 6 pipe racks. We had 12 piles and 80 metric tons of pressure vessels. Now, looking at the last case study, and since I've run out of time, I can't go into it, but I've highlighted some of the issues that we did speak to on transferring technology. And here you have them listed, and I'll just jump to the actual companies and the initiatives that we embarked on. These are all of the different companies and different initiatives. I was planning to give you some examples of some of them, but I'll just go through it. As you can see, there are quite a lot. So, what's important? Here, I would like you to look at the box that says local content and the last tick there. This is just an example using Senegal, and that's the CNSCL, and that's your equivalent of your investment board here. And what we do when we come into a country, it would be wrong of us to define local content for you. Remember, I said it's subjective. So we can't define it for Namibians. So we wouldn't come in to state who we're going to award contracts to. What we would do is work under the investment board, let them define it, and what we would then do is award contracts based on what the country defines as local content. So we wouldn't get into the BEE issues and other issues such as that. We would just follow what the country defines as local content, and what we would do is take you through a very, very strenuous vetting process, because we need to make sure that we, MODEC, don't end up in jail because we award you a contract, you then turn around and give money to a government official, and we're now asked, why didn't you know that that was going to happen? So we actually have to go into knowing who your board of directors are and who your beneficiaries are and how you intend to handle financing and all of that. So we do take you through a very strenuous vetting process, and then we then move into the tendering process. Key takeaways. I'm done. So key takeaways would be that intentional planning is fundamental, which I've stated severally here. And the incentives are the best catalyst. I've seen that through many countries. Giving incentives rather than holding a stick would be the best incentive for many of the blue chip companies. You don't want to start off your local content initiative or local content policy being so harsh that it will drive away the good companies that can actually deliver on local content. What you will find is if you make it very harsh in the beginning and force companies to deliver, what happens is the good companies will run away, then the bottom of the barrel companies will come in and will take up all the contracts, and what they will do is they will make bribery something that everyone in the country can spell. That's not what you want. You don't want to end up like some other African countries. What we want is to get it right here. Now, then you have strategy, and using strategy to create job opportunities. And that goes back to the previous conversation again. Don't just selfishly think of your project, think of enabling value in Namibians so that they can go out into other industries. And then that also links into unlocking hidden growth opportunities. All of this will generate sustainable business growth. Now, what we're looking at is getting Namibia to get it right. We've seen it happen in many other countries, and they've all gotten it wrong. What we would like to see, and trust me, everyone in this room is the same, because I've been talking to people at the booth all conference long, and everyone wants Namibia to get it right. What we're looking at is learning from the mistakes of other countries that have gotten it wrong, and Namibia now being able to put their best foot forward. What I've seen here is a will by the Namibians, both from the contractors, the regulators, the government, to get it right. And what we're looking forward to is using Namibia as a reference for the rest of Africa. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Oise Ihonde. Our focus now turns to Namibia's own local content developments. Ms. Louise Hangero, Petroleum Inspector at the Ministry of Mines and Energy, will now provide us with an update on the strides Namibia is making to ensure that local content drives economic growth and benefits our communities. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Louise Hangero.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Mauharanawa. Okay, as I was introduced earlier, my name is Louise Hangero. I'm a petroleum inspector with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, with a division responsible for regulations, compliance, as well as policy, this local content policy development. So I think from yesterday, a lot was said about the Namibian local content policy. Today, I will just give you a snapshot of what the objectives of our policy are and the strategies we plan to employ to deliver on these objectives. My presentation today, like I said, it will look at the guiding principles of our policy. It will look at the policy objectives and how the monitoring and evaluation will be done, as well as the institutional arrangement around the local content policy. This policy, I think, like I said, a whole lot has been done from yesterday about the policy. The idea of the policy is just to derive optimum benefits from the sector to the Namibians. The idea is to ensure that we create in-country value for the Namibians from this sector. And this can be done through a phased participation of Namibian labor, goods, services, companies, ownership, and financing, because we are cognizant of the fact that as Namibia, we are incoming, we are new, we are still fragile. This is a new industry for us, and we do not have the capability of fully serving the industry. It's why the intention is to take a phased participation. And the government commits to ensuring that when activities or decisions are being made regarding the local content policy, we employ or we do it in accordance with the following guiding principles. The first one is a progressive approach, and this is what I said earlier, that we are cognizant of the fact that we are new to this industry, and the presentation that was given to us on the IBS report shows that we cannot or we are unable to serve the industry 100%. It's why we want to take a progressive approach to start with what we can now and increase with time. In pursuing local content development, we do not want to do this at the expense of health, safety, labor, and environmental standards, because we do know that this is a very, very risky industry, and we want to ensure that whatever is being done, or even when we are pushing towards local content development, everything is done in line with the best health, safety, labor, environmental practices. This is not a government industry. It is not a Ministry of Mines and Energy industry, because if we do not have the investors, then there won't be this industry. So we want to ensure that we forge effective and efficient partnership between the state and the investors in order for us to ensure that we have a successful oil and gas industry. And we will do everything possible in our power as government to ensure that we are transparent and accountable when it comes to granting contracts and licenses, just to ensure that we minimize rent-seeking opportunities as much as possible. And in doing everything that we have to do pertaining to this policy, we will ensure that we do everything in line with the international best practices. So these are the guiding principles for this policy. And maybe I forgot to mention that this is a draft policy. And I believe everyone in this room is here because is a key stakeholder to this industry. Therefore, a draft policy is a working document. Therefore, I invite you all to please have a look at our website, study the document, provide your comments, inputs, criticisms, whatsoever for this policy, for us to be able to produce a policy that can serve Namibia in the longest future. And for the policy objectives, we have 6 key policy objectives for the local content policy. The first, and this has been said so many times, so let me rather, in the essence of time, maybe go straight to the strategies that we want to employ to deliver on these objectives. For the first objective of providing a clear regulatory framework for local content development, we happen to be in the process of our legislation review for our Petroleum Exploration and Production Act review, and we are also developing regulations for that. So we want to ensure that whatever we come up with here, when we're done with this policy, we align this to the existing Exploration and Production Act, and we cascade it also to the Exploration and Production Regulation, just to ensure that there's that alignment. And then we want to ensure that local content requirements are also cascaded to the subcontractors, to the service providers. And then we will develop comprehensive reporting guidelines that the industry will use to report on their local content performance. So that's for the first objective. For the second objective of this policy is to identify specific sectors for the development of local capacity. So we want the ministry, in collaboration with the industry, with the academic institutions, as well also with the key stakeholders, we want to conduct studies to identify strategic sectors for targeted capability and capacity building to ensure that we know the gaps within the local firms, and we capacitate the local firms to be able to meaningfully participate in this industry. And the same will be done with regards to the skills gaps within Namibia, for us also again to ensure that Namibians are capacitated to be able to participate in the sector. And this is the responsibility of government, but then we cannot do it alone. It has to be done in collaboration with the industry, academia, and all the other key stakeholders. And in doing this, the ministry, and again in collaboration with all the stakeholders I mentioned, will evaluate the potential for Namibia to provide these trainings needed for the industry versus leveraging regional facilities, because we have our neighboring South Africa with very good universities. We have neighboring Angola, who has been the industry player for a number of years. So maybe as opposed to reinventing the wheel, it might be more financially reasonable for us to collaborate with other countries within the region for us to be able to provide the trainings needed for the industry. And the third objective is to maximize employment and development of Namibians. So, and this is the practice that we currently have. I think also the commissioner earlier on alluded to it, that all operators in Namibia do make a training contribution for the training of Namibians. So we want to continue with that practice and perhaps just enhance it a bit. So, and then we want to ensure that Namibians are given preferential employment opportunities, but I have bolted with appropriate qualifications, because we are cognizant of the fact that this industry requires specialized skills, they require certifications, accreditations, and so forth. So, and again, like I said before, the government of Namibia, together with the key stakeholders of the industry, will ensure that we appropriately train Namibians for them to be able to participate meaningfully in the industry. And then there needs to be meaningful coordination between the ministry and other agencies of the government with respect to the recruitment of expatriates. Because of course, I've said this numerous times, Namibia cannot do this alone. This is a very international industry. It's it requires specialized skills. So we cannot do it without expatriates, unfortunately. However, when we are letting expats into the country, we have to make sure that we do have mechanisms in place to accelerate skills transfer and knowledge transfer from the expats. This can be done by a way of, say, secondment, having understudy programs in place, mentorship programs, etc. And the fourth objective of the policy is to maximize the participation of local suppliers along the value chain. Again, we want to ensure that preference is given to the Namibian suppliers of goods and services, where they can compete on competitive terms. And the IBS report, again, as was presented earlier on, shows the capability of Namibia. Again, we are unable to supply all the services. So wherever Namibians have the ability and the capability to, we want them to be given that preference. And then we require unbundling of contracts where economically and practically feasible, for us to allow the local firms also to participate along the value chains, because of course we are the incomers into the industry. We do not have big local firms that have the capability of participating, say, taking bigger contracts. So, but if we unbundle the contracts, we will give them that opportunity to take pieces within or along the value chain. And there's a requirement also there would be a requirement for the contracts to be advertised locally. This is just to ensure that the local firms have access to this. They know what is required by the industry. And also there will be a requirement for the operators or the subcontractors or the contractors or service providers to communicate their procurement plan way in advance for them to allow the local firms to prepare themselves to participate in these contracts. And this was also said before, it will be the responsibility of government or of the Ministry of Mines and Energy as a custodian to ensure that there is a database of local suppliers that the industry can utilize to access available or capable service providers within Namibia. And then the facilitation of access to finance, very, very key, because our SMEs, without our support, they won't be able to participate in the industry, because this is a very, very capital intensive industry. So we want to also ensure that we do have mechanisms or collaborations with the financial or banking institutions where we can have perhaps come up with mechanisms that are more favorable for the SMEs to be able to participate in the industry. The fifth objective of our policy will be to ensure the transfer of technology, knowledge, and skills. And we know that this is a bit sensitive because we are talking of intellectual property, but we want to see how, as government, we can navigate through this together with the industry, research and development institutions, academia, to just ensure that we seek research opportunities where, in order for us to develop technology or to allow Namibians access to technology for them to be able to also, again, meaningfully participate in the industry in the long run. And then the use of exchange programs to accelerate knowledge transfer. This is already happening, especially with government to government agreements that we have in place, or government agency to government agency in place, agreements that we have in place, just to ensure that we have programs like we do have an MOU with Nigeria, we have signed an MOU with Angola, where we are collaborating on knowledge and skills exchange. So we want to be able also to cascade this to the local firms to ensure that Namibian local firms are given those opportunities, or a link for them to be able to link up with say Nigerian firms and Angolan firms, for them also to be able to learn and have opportunities to access their technologies and so forth. For this, we require operators and service providers to disclose their efforts with regards to technology and knowledge transfer in their annual local content policy, because the annual local content policy will be a document that will have to be negotiated between the operators and the government. Once approved, that's the document we'll be monitoring their local content performance on. So we want the operators and the service providers to disclose the efforts they intend to employ to ensure transfer of knowledge and technology to local firms. The sixth objective is the one of promotion of Namibian ownership and financing at all levels of the sector. So for this objective, we want to ensure that the state has an exercisable option to participate along the whole value chain of the industry. By the state, we are not only referring to the National Oil Company, we are referring to all the state agencies that have capability of participating along the value chain. Say, for instance, if we have a state agency that can participate in the distribution space, pipeline space, or the commissioner earlier was talking of power production, possible power production in Namibia by the gas. If NamPower has the capability or would want to participate in that space, we want state agencies to be given that opportunity. And then we encourage Namibians to participate in this industry through meaningful partnerships. And I have bolted meaningful partnerships because we really want these partnerships to be meaningful, not partnerships where you are not getting capacity, or you're not being capacitated in any ways to an extent where you are even unable to take over at some point. So you define what meaningful partnership will mean to you, but you have to ensure that you are getting capacity, you are able to increase your shareholding in this company, you are sitting in the boardroom like it was said by one of my brothers that came before me, and all these things. So, and we will promote innovative structures and financing mechanisms for local business. I've spoken about this one before. And develop measures to support and nurture investments in the sector by local SMEs. So that will be the last objective of our local content policy. And then for monitoring and evaluation, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, as a custodian of the industry, will be the entity responsible for monitoring and enforcement of compliance. There will be a requirement for submission of local content plan by all the operators and subcontractors. And we want to ensure that this local content plan, for it to be approved, it must be able to address all the policy objectives that I have mentioned before. And then there will be ongoing monitoring and evaluation based on the agreed local content plan with the operators or the service providers. And for the institutional arrangement, we are cognizant of the fact that for this policy to be successful, there needs to be clarity on the responsibilities when it comes to the implementation of the policy activities. And at this point, the decision, like I said, it's still a draft. The decision was not to immediately create another agency responsible for this. It was more to ensure that we incorporate all the activities of the policy into the existing institutions. So the key institutions that will be responsible for the implementation of the policy will be the Ministry, the Petro Fund, NAMCO, Ministry of Finance, Industrialization and Trade, Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, when we're talking of visas, National Planning Commission, academia and research institutions, and the private sector. And to conclude, I have said this, that this policy lays a framework for in-country value creation from the petroleum resources through phased participation, because we are not ready to 100% to fully serve the industry 100%. So, and the relevant aspects of this policy will be incorporated in the amended Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, as well as into the regulations and the Model Petroleum Agreement. However, the idea is for us to come up with a local content policy, local content laws and regulation at a later stage. And then we want to design a flexible policy that can accommodate the progress of the industry. We want to be able to review this policy when the dynamics of the industry has changed, for us to be able to be at par with the realities of the country. So in conclusion, and like I have mentioned before, this is not a Ministry of Mines and Energy policy, it's a Namibian local content policy. So we urge you all, I think I will guess that you are in this room because you are key stakeholders of the industry. We have the policy draft on our website. Please study the policy, provide your comments to the ministry. Let's ensure that we produce a meaningful product for, if it's not for you, for our grandkids. My email address is there if you have any questions, concerns, inputs, whatsoever, and that's my contact number. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you once again to Ms. Louise Hangeru. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a vital panel discussion on how Namibia can cultivate and evolve its local content policy to maximize benefits for the country. This discussion will cover the impact on communities, job creation, environmental considerations, and regional versus national strategies. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, who will also introduce the panelists, Grace Mohammed, EAN board member.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I will not take a very long time. They call me a board member of the EAN, but my fellow board members know I'm a street economist, so I don't espouse to be a macroeconomist, but I'm rather an industrial economist. But without further ado, I would like to call the panelist, Mr. Oise, without giving a long introduction of himself. He has explained what MODEC is and does and how we can collaborate. Mr. Useme from the board in Nigeria. Ms. Louise, if you can take to the stage, please. And Mr. Ranti. And then I think last, oh no, there's two gentlemen. How can I forget the chair of the board? Mr. Kasuto, please make your way. And then my good friend, we have a love-hate relationship, Mr. Johan Barnard, if you can please join us on the panel. We are expected to be done here at 5:15. Huh? Okay. Okay, thank you, 1740. Thank you very much. And I like that Mr. Useme said that they're sharing their learnings. We do not need to copy and paste. In Africa, apparently we are known to be copy and pasters, but I must attest that at the dawn of independence, we had 2 years back when Mr. Kasuto had the high panel, and we had our Rwandese counterparts here. They said they used to come to Namibia to learn. And as the Economic Association, we are here to make a difference. We certainly want to change the narrative for Africa as it becomes to oil and gas, and I think conversations like this are testimony to it. the level of transparency and openness of government and government agencies testimony that we truly do not want the Dutch disease. And I think to lead us into the conversation, Mr. Jason, I think I will ask each of you, without Mr. Oise and Wiseme, just to give a 2-minute introduction, and even Louise doesn't need to introduce herself. Johan, if you can just say who you are, where you're from, what you do, 2 minutes, and then Jason can follow suit, and then Mr. Ranti.
Yeah, thank you. You know what, when you get to these panels, it's always difficult to introduce yourself. When you try to speak on behalf of the industry, and the industry is not necessarily in that space where they collaborate to an extent. But I'm Johan Barnard. I'm the CEO of Momentum Short-Term Insurance, and I'm very much involved in looking at this very exciting opportunity in Namibia. I've been in this industry for almost 34 years, so I've been around a while, been around Africa a while, and I think what's important for us is to understand the industry, or rather the oil and gas exposures from a short-term insurance industry at least, and then for us to be able then from there onwards to make decisions that can help government and that can help the all parties involved for us to play a relevant role in this industry.
Thank you. Jason?
Thank you, Grace. Jason Kasuto has been stated before. For those that were not in the morning session, the chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia. On a more full-time basis, I run an advisory firm, Monasa Advisory and Associates. We were also, as a consultancy, involved in the study commissioned by Total and Shell with Deloitte to undertake the socioeconomic impact assessment on the CAPEX and OPEX of the sector during exploration and production. We've also been involved in developing with McKinsey Global the green hydrogen strategy for Namibia, amongst other pieces of work, but glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Mr. Ranti?
Good afternoon. My name is Ranti Omole, Radio Circle, Nigeria. I work with an engineering firm with almost 30 years experience in onshore and offshore engineering, navigations, instrumentations, and metration services. I've also been involved in local content advocacy on the board of PETAN for almost 10 years. And basically, we also try to promote collaborations in Africa between various countries involved in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think without further ado, Jason, I think it's important in the morning session, even in the opening remarks, you talk about the importance to make sure that whatever we do translate into economic growth. There was an impression made from Oise and Yuseme, and I think even a speaker this morning who indicated that the growth will not come from oil and gas as much as in the other sectors. Now, from a country perspective, how do you think do we need to transition from what Louise adequately explained to us, a local content framework, to realizing it in order to make sure that there is wider than oil and gas economic benefits?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Grace. So, you know, the framework, and I think you're referring to the policy, I think is really a statement of where we want to go. But what's needed is then a statement of how do we get there. And that's where strategy comes in as far as what are going to be our short-term, medium-term, long-term goals and targets, and how we're going to achieve them around capacity development, infrastructure requirements, capital mobilization, and the likes. And with that, because if you get certain things right, and if those things such as infrastructure have got local equity in, then of course there's a lot to leave behind that can service other sectors. Infrastructure alone can play a big role. As we know, we've also got a diamond industry in the marine space that is currently serviced in Cape Town. And what one would want to do is to create the right infrastructural industrial base in the country to be able to accommodate not only the oil and gas sector, but to also service the much needed ship-to-shore diamond sector in the country, as well as other sectors as well. So I think that's really getting it to life. Let's get towards strategy. I'm quite a fan of the Oman in-country value strategy and how they did it, and recognize from an implementation point of view that the ministry is a custodian and regulator, and I'm glad previous speaker spoke about the different entities, but there was a clear interministerial SOE private sector committee that was there to ensure the achievement of the in-country value strategy. So everyone has a role to play, but we need to bring it to life.
And I think from what SM said is it the reason why maybe Nigeria has created this particular board is to drive such a strategy. Now, from your lessons in Nigeria, how did you deal with, because strategy is all and well, but it is very clear that if we are going to do things that impact different sectors, e.g. the insurance sector, there are different regulatory bodies at play. We've just heard about the Petroleum Act. How does the Board of Nigeria, the Local Content and Monitoring Board, facilitate the collaboration, if at all, of the various regulatory bodies that are required to give life to local content?
Okay. Thank you, Grace. For Nigeria, the NCDMB is set up in such a way that we have a cross mix of board members. And the good thing about it is there are no political appointees on the board except the Minister of Petroleum. So we have representatives from the oil and gas industry, the technical regulator of the oil and gas industry. We have representatives from the industry, the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, where Ranti was vice chairman. We have the engineering team, the Council for the Regulation of Engineers on the board. And we also have the Chief Insurance Commissioner in Nigeria as a member of the board. What this does is that it insulates the board from political interference and strengthens it as an institutional, as an institution that can take decisions in the interest of the industry. The second thing that I believe Namibia can also learn from us, we've had it said this morning and even this afternoon, the industry does not wait. It's a fast-moving industry. What that means is that approvals must be done on time. So for NCDMB, what we have done is to enter into a service level agreement with the entire industry, from the producers to the independents and even the service companies. What the service level agreement does is to give a time frame. When you apply for approvals, within 15 days, if you do not hear from NCDMB, you take it that that application has been approved. So it helps us to fast-track approvals and ensure that things move in the industry. Again, we have created what we call sectoral working groups in order to ensure that the entire gamut of the industry takes part in the strategy and planning of activities in the industry. So you have marine and in shipping, you have the diversity group, which is the women group, that is also deeply involved in that sectorial group. And they meet quarterly and ensure that NCDMB is part of that discussion. So the long-term strategy for us is to ensure that industry, regulator, government, we work together in synergy. And I think that's something that has helped us in being able to stabilize the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luis, it's very clear that we have only started to scratch the surface, because even the commissioner said this morning that we have provisions in the Petroleum Act, but we need local content legislation. But it is also evident from what SME said that there are other regulatory frameworks that are required to make sure that local content really permeates through the entire economy. What are the other regulatory frameworks, whether it's in the environmental sector? Where is it that we have started work? Because it is very clear it can't just be oil and gas.
Yeah, while the policy or the local content policy is a significant step towards ensuring that we are enhancing Namibian participation, we are cognizant of the fact that for a comprehensive approach, we need more than just a policy to further strengthen our strategies and so forth. So the plan of the government is, of course, to come up with the Local Content Act and perhaps a local content regulation. However, like you said, that we do already have provisions within our current or our existing act that is talking to local content. So in my view, while there's a need, as much as it is a need for us to develop or to enact local content laws, I don't think it should be rushed, because I have seen countries that do very well without local content laws. I've also seen countries that have done very, very well, extremely well with good local content laws. So it's actually, there is this political pressure for governments to ensure that they enact local content laws, and also government are pressured to demonstrate to their citizens that local content development is being addressed. But the act in itself is not enough. Even the policy also in itself is not enough. One of the previous speakers spoke about the need for us to capacitate or to ensure that we capacitate an institution that will be responsible for the implementation of this policy. So in my opinion, I think this should be hand in hand. As much as we should focus on developing an act, because of course the policy is not enforceable, so we will need an act obviously at some point. As much as that should be the focus of government, we should also do it in hand with capacitating an institution that will be implementing these laws, because without the ability to implement it, then you can as well just have nothing. And as for the environmental laws, I believe we really do have good laws in place to support the local content law that we are talking about. And this is also together with the exploration and production law that I've spoken about earlier. So, yeah.
Thank you. But I don't know whether Johan will be happy with the answer, because Johan, what is the place for insurance and local content? Or is it that insurance needs to be catered for in local content legislation? Or like Louis says, there are countries that have done it without local content legislation, but the industry still thrive. Is insurance one of those that require it or don't require it, and local content can be materialized without a policy framework?
Yeah, thank you. I think what is important for us to understand here is that the current legislation already provides for local content, in the sense that you're only allowed to do insurance in Namibia if you're registered as an insurer or broker. But I don't think that is the issue at hand, and I think why we would like to have clearer legislation or regulations on this is purely because of the size of the opportunity and the size of the exposures and the risks. The Namibian insurance industry is a well-established industry, and the players in this market is mostly been owned by big South African insurance companies. But even in that context, if we look at, and I was fortunate to be in some of these presentations from these all majors, and if you look at the context of the risks involved from an insurance perspective, it is in a magnitude that we obviously we don't have any experience in there, but also the capacities and the balance sheets are not even closely enough to be able to cater for that. So Grace, the big thing here is, it is not that we don't have legislation as yet. It is we will have to have clarity to protect all parties involved, and especially the clients or the investors, and we have to protect the local market at the end of the day.
And maybe, Mr. Ranti, you can then explain to us, given what, you see, Mr. SM is here on the behalf of the board, but you will share with us honest, because you are most now a beneficiary of the local content policy. How did you move from the framework that has been in place, or the policy in place, to operationalization of your business? How did you move from that?
Thank you. Nigerian local content policy, or the law, came into place in 2010. And quite a number of us, the local service providers in Nigeria, we've been in business 5, 10, 15, 20 years before the law. So basically, what we had to do is we have to individually compete against the multinational service companies that were doing those jobs. So right from the onset, the stakes were high. You got to show that you can deliver, you can compete, you can provide better services, use your local understanding of the environment, and be competitive and cheaper. And of course, safety-wise as well. So basically, we were almost mature businesses before the local content law came into place. But the post-law changes the dynamics a bit. It encourages us more to invest, to grow capacity, to get to the next level, and believe that there is nothing we cannot do. Once that we take concentric build-up approach. And the law also de-risked our investment for us, because basically it gave us the assurance that, you know what, you invest in this gap, you can deliver these services, you'll be patronized. Mm-hmm. And that's also encouraged more people to invest in that gap. And of course, for the startups, they also had the opportunity through the various platforms like the NJQS, which is the qualification platform, mm-hmm. And the NIPEX platform. It exposed them. You don't need to do all the hazards that we have to do. The early service providers is like the NSD that you're trying to do in Namibia. So basically, you have the guidelines, you have requirements, you register there, your services are visible, and you are exposed to patronage. Whereas, where you don't have such, you really have to go to each of the oil companies, make presentations, trying to show them why they should give you the opportunity or the contract, compared to somebody who has been servicing them globally for the past 15, 20, 40, 30 years. So I think basically that is what happened pre and post local content policy in Nigeria. Thank you.
And it's very clear, because Osei also talked about that when the vetting process starts. I saw in the notes, he said, your track record and key personnel. Now I'm just wondering, if you come to Namibia, I don't know about track record in oil and gas and personnel in oil and gas. I don't know, say. So in the countries where you've gone into, how would you advise the local companies to deal with track records and key personnel? We know diamonds, we know fish, we know tourism, those things we know very well. How do we get to MODEC and demonstrate track record and that we have key personnel? How?
First of all, it's keeping an open mind as to what you can do, as has just been mentioned. What we do in terms of process in going into a country is we would send someone in and they would do a country audit, and what we would do is look at all fields, so all industries, looking into them and studying them and trying to figure out which skills are transferable to the oil and gas industry. And in doing that, what we would then do is be able to approach some companies that had no intention of entering into the oil and gas space and letting them know that if they only fine-tune their skills in this direction, they could get a 25-year contract with MODEC that would grow their business. And that sort of thing is what we would do in coming into a country such as Namibia. It was done in the Ivory Coast, it was done in Ghana, it was done in Senegal, where even through COVID, we had someone stationed in Senegal, and all he was doing was talking to each vendor he could find and thinking outside the box and trying to find vendors that would serve the industry. And the other thing is looking at not just being selfish and looking at MODEC, but also looking at other companies in the industry.
Thank you. I think that's valuable guidance or advice, or at least knowing how you work for those in the room. And maybe, Mr. Dan, because your brother next to you on the other side also talked about meaningful participation, and Louis said the same. So how in Nigeria did you go about to make sure that we are not just meeting 54 and 75, but there is deep transformation in terms of skills that translate into growing businesses, that translate into growth for the country? How did you meaningfully do that without just saying we want 10% to be procured in country?
Okay, thank you. I mentioned in my presentation, I said, local content is not nationalization. Mm-hmm. It's about value addition. It's in-country retention of activities, domiciliation of services in your country. As we speak, we have created what we call the Nigerian Oil and Gas Joint Qualification System, the JQS platform. Now, what the JQS does is to ensure that for us to see you in the industry, you register on that platform. And there are basic informations you put in. Are you a registered business? What services do you provide? What capacity of staff do you have? And then if you now decide to enter into, for example, fabrication, then we ask the question, do you have a fabrication yard? If you have, and we have several small fabrication yards, we now come to do an audit and issue you a Nigerian Content Equipment certification. What that does is that the industry sees the capacity that exists by those companies who are certified by NCDMB. So we're not creating briefcase companies, we're not creating commission agents, we're actually domiciling activities in country. in order to ensure again that these companies get value for the services that they deliver, we use that same platform and then build a structure in which you are also able to benefit from our Nigerian Content Intervention Fund. What that does for you is that it helps you to finance your activities. It also helps you to acquire assets. And I see a few Nigerian companies here who are beneficiaries of that. So it deepens participation and ensures that activities are carried out in country, and we don't just bandy the numbers that, okay, you need a 10% of this, you need a 5% of that. Finally, I like to say that one of the things the law did for Nigerian companies was to help create areas in which, spaces in which Nigerian service companies can play actively. So the Act delineates between onshore, shallow water, and offshore. So for activities within the onshore ban is strictly restricted to Nigerian service companies who have capacity. Now, the difference between Nigeria and Namibia is that all what we see here are mostly offshore. But in the offshore space, we also now create opportunities for Nigerian companies to participate with international partners. Our offshore experience, give and take, Bonga by Shell, is less than 20 years or thereabouts. Mm-hmm. So it means that we're still growing capacity in that area, and to ensure that we are able to take advantage of all the activities in that field, we allow the international oil companies to play at 100% in that space. So what we have been able to do over the 14 years that the Local Content Act has been in place is delineate spaces where local companies with capacities can function, ensure that the international oil companies, service companies are also able to function. That way, we can domicile activities in Nigeria.
And I do want to change tack a bit and talk about sustainability. And maybe, Jason, you can kick us off. And I think even Nangula this morning talked about the issues around global climate change. How do we, as a country, you would suggest or advise, need to balance the need for environmental sustainability, given the global climate change initiatives, whilst exploiting the newfound potential riches for this country?
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's threefold. So firstly, that economic growth needs to be inclusive. As I touch on this, I'm touching on the balance. So the economic growth needs to be inclusive. You see, with Namibia's low emissions in terms of any fossil fuels, I've said this before, that our pollution is the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. So that's our pollution, and that's the climate that needs to change first. So in trying to strike that balance, we must be mindful of the real issues on the ground that we're grappling with. And of course, from an environmental point of view, our Constitution has made it very clear from 1990 already in enshrining, certain protection over the environment. Plus, if you look at Namibia's initiatives in terms of climate change initiatives, have been quite strong in the renewable space, and also some long-term, I would say, long-term efforts in green hydrogen. So the balance must be struck between what we prioritize as a nation in terms of the issues we are really facing with, and some of these environmental concerns within the context of Namibia's reality. That's where I think the balance needs to be struck.
And maybe, Luis, you can then just guide us into some of the main environmental risks that we see and have learned from other countries. What are some of those, even if it's just 3 and 4, and how are we going to protect the country against some of those real realities that may happen, especially given that a large part of the discoveries are offshore?
The environmental risks in this industry are numerous. But to mention just a few, they could be oil spills, air pollution. We're talking of water contamination through disposal of wastewater, for instance, or through disposal of any waste, which can all lead to biodiversity loss. And we have our brothers here from Nigeria that can attest to that. So these environmental issues are really, really sensitive. They need to be carefully managed if you are to talk of having a sustainable oil and gas industry. In the case of Namibia, we have very, very good environmental laws, probably not tested for this industry yet, but so far they've really been serving us very well. We have Environmental Management Act with its regulation that stipulates requirements for environmental impact assessment, for oil response plan, emergency response plans, biodiversity protection, and etc. And then we also have Water Resources Management Act, I think of 2013, if I'm not mistaken, that also talks to water pollution control, water quality standards, etc. So we do have a number of good policies or good laws, really, with regards to the environmental protection. Yeah.
And maybe you want just to then follow on to you, because the operators would typically come to an insurance company to take out and protect themselves against such risk. Would you think that the local sector, insurance sector, has the necessary technical capacity? I know you alluded to it, but the question is, are we going to deal with it given the imminence of what is about to happen? And you did say your balance sheets are not supporting it, so the question is, what needs to happen? Do you have the technical capacity to underwrite these environmental risks? If you don't, what needs to happen? You don't have the balance sheet, what must happen?
Yeah, thank you. Grace, once again, as mentioned earlier, I don't. The reason why the industry got together to discuss the whole oil and gas initiative was exactly because of that. Because the sheer size of the exposures and the sheer size of the opportunity pose not only a risk to the investors, but obviously to the insurance industry and to the balance sheets of the insurers locally as such. So if you look at, just to put something in context here, if you look at the total exposure of all the insurers in Namibia, it's probably in the vicinity about $1 trillion, Namibian dollars. Probably a bit lower, between 800 and 1 trillion. And if you look at a huge investment of one of these majors and what it can entail to, that can be up to 200, 300 billion Namibian dollars. So all of a sudden, those exposures are massive. So we had to engage, and we're busy engaging with international reinsurance markets, and then with international best practice practitioners and consultants to understand exactly, what will be required for us not to expose the local insurance companies, but also to look at these risks, because we have to understand this. And we've all been aware of some of these accidents that happened in the Mexican the Mexican Gulf not long ago. And those numbers, if there was no insurance, that thing would still have been by now. So the big issue here is, how do we participate without exposing what happened without exposing the local balance sheets?
And maybe to hear from our brothers in Nigeria, and I think a similar question to you, what has been the country's position around climate change initiatives, the issues around environmental risk, while still exploiting oil and gas in the country in a sustainable manner?
Okay, thank you. So our position has always been very clear. It's not a situation of this or this. It's this and this. So oil and gas and renewables. And the reason for that is quite clear. We have enormous resources under the ground that we need to tap to be able to industrialize our countries, to be able to build economic growth and so on. But having said that, we're also conscious of the fact that there is an ongoing discussion which centers around the effects of climate change and the work around renewables and so on. So we have a new Petroleum Industry Act, which was passed a few years ago with very clear and ample provisions on environmental protection issues. But beyond that, we also have a specific environmental protection agency that deals with the issues of environmental protection, that also discusses the issue of climate change. We have a presidential team, a team that is located within the President's office on climate change and so on. But for projects in the oil and gas industry, how do we manage to be able to balance the discussion around climate change and then exploration? One of the key things that you must do before projects are cited is the carrying out of the environmental impact assessment. That independent assessment speaks to how that project will impact the environment and how that project, the mitigation measures that can be put in place to ensure that the risk around the project is cased in a manner that it does not disrupt our ecosystem. The other thing is that we also have a group that was set up not too long ago that is now responsible for clean up of what has happened before. So it means that we take seriously the issue of environmental pollutions that had been caused before and ensure that going forward we mitigate it, we bring it to the barest minimum, but that does not obviate the fact that we need to drill oil, use it for development of our country.
And maybe, Mr. Ranti, as a supplier in this sector, I assume from what my new brother said that the vetting process is quite strenuous, and I can assume for the business that you're involved in that issues around health and safety and environmental protections are obligations that are placed on you. Would you mind to share how onerous they've been? What support is there for you? How did you overcome it? How did you deal with insurance? Just how did you deal with that aspect of the obligations that would be placed on you to pass, to get onto a supplier database?
In terms of...
No, Mr. Ranti.
Okay.
Okay, I guess... basically, the supply chain process includes both goods and services, and then general goods, technical goods, general services, technical services. And typically, in an FPSO, you've got more than 5,000 different equipment from various suppliers, maybe more than 1,000 different OEMs that have their solutions, put together in different packages, that you have there. So basically, some of the strategies will be ensuring that some of those OEMs, they have local partners. And also some of what you can do, or what's usually done, is to try to come up with the various solutions, the big packages, the small packages, they likely support spares and things like that. And then expose the SMEs to the OEMs so that they can partner together. Then equally occasional opportunities fairs, awareness fairs on what are the opportunities available for the service providers. And also ensuring that the service providers understand the value increase chain. You start with the basic support of spares or replacement equipment, and then try to ensure that they have trained OEM partners who can support those programs. So those are the way that, if you want them to grow and the growth to be sustainable, it starts from supply of basic spares, technical understanding of the spares, of the specifications, that you can communicate about it. And then the next level is engaging the OEMs on training for your staffs, so the certifications, working with them conscientiously, building their confidence. And from the maintenances you are doing, you start understanding the whole philosophy about the solutions integration. You start having the engineering understanding, and then you can now start even conceptualizing and designing and specifying and integrating solutions yourself. So basically, that's the trajectory. Yeah. So it takes conscientious efforts from both the regulators, operators, the local service providers, to be able to work towards the same trajectory. And also for all of us to understand that it's a long haul. An FPSO, like you said, will be there for the next 30 years, even have life expansion. So basically, some of those leverages also, partnership, collaboration with other people who have the experience, so that can leverage, and positioning to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. And of course, talk about the unbundling, making sure that, you have contracts that, that local site providers can attempt, to be able to partake in. And like in Nigeria, behind our law, we have what they call the appendices. It's provide a whole chain of activities in the chain. And then based on the baseline studies, there were capacity assessments of what we have locally, what we don't have. So it's also helped people to look at, okay, even if nobody is trying to avail the opportunities to me, I have a document that I can look at level of capacities available. And based on those, if the capacity is low, that means more of the international service company can operate in that space. But if the capacity availability is high, that means more local site providers can operate in that space. So it's not left for you to look at where you want to be. Mm-hmm. It's either, because I said most of us, right from day one, we were conditioned to compete against the multinational service companies. So basically, we look at where the target is low and see it as a niche market for us. And then we would deliberately do whatever it takes to partake in that field. And that's actually make it niche for you and also ensure that you can compete effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the study done by Deloitte together with Jason and company, I think this morning clearly elucidated where some of those low-hanging fruits are. I do want to, before I move to the audience for questions, I think a last question for Mr. Barnard. Maybe you can explain to us from a risk mitigation perspective, what is it that the local insurance market, and also from a local content, bearing in mind local content, right, is trying to, or is doing to ensure that from a risk mitigation, there is sufficient capacity. What is it that you're busy with?
Yeah, thank you. I think what is important to mention is, you know, as an industry we got together, but we got all the role players involved, and that include the local reinsurance company, Namibia. We've got the local specialist guys involved, Nazria, and then most insurance, NIA, the insurance association, everybody, because we had to understand is what are the exposures. But I think the emphasis is so much on the upstream capacities that we actually forget that a huge proportion of insurance is happening as we sit. Because, you know, as we chat about local content, all those local content providers, they also need insurance, and a lot of them are smaller businesses and some of them are bigger businesses. So we already experience not necessarily direct influence. So we normally categorize them as direct, and that is the upstream, midstream, and the downstream businesses where where it is specifically engaged in the exploration and of the oil itself. But then furthermore, what happened on land, we already have got all the capacities in place, and we already got legislation in place to cater for that. So from that perspective, we're fairly comfortable. So the big thing for us as an industry is when we get to the big ticket items. And when we get to the big ticket items, we need to have a structure, and we're busy compiling what will be required is, because the one thing, as mentioned earlier, is whatever we do is we cannot risk the farm only on oil, because there's so we need to be able to see how we're going to ring fence the oil, and especially the upstream, midstream projects that we can participate, but as I said, not necessarily risk our balance sheets to an extent that our current businesses get hurt by that. So from that perspective, I think there's a lot of work going in, and you know, we have to thank the likes of papers being done by Hollard and by some of the reinsurers, and by we've got consultants from London and from Lloyd's. So all of a sudden, the whole world opened up to us. But first of all, we need to get the structure in place to protect the investors and the local participations. Thank you.
And while I go to the audience, I would want the panelists just to think about one lesson to leave with the audience as we close. Are there questions from the plenary? I can't see. We'll do 3 rounds of questions, and when the mic does get to you, please introduce yourself and indicate who the question is directed to. There's a lady, and then there's a gentleman in the white shirt, and then a gentleman in front here.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the experts that have provided us with very comprehensive deliberations, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nelly Chaikika. I come from the legal field. I'm the director of the Law Society of Namibia, which is the regulator of the legal profession. And I would like to direct the question to perhaps Mr. Ranti, or it could be also Mr. Kikilia, just to share from your Nigerian perspective, because I hear a lot of talk about capacity building, about partnerships of the local sector, but I haven't heard anything spoken about the legal sector as to what is the involvement. And I'd like you to share perhaps with my lady Louise from the government, so that then we can be able to know and understand from you how can the legal sector be involved without having to wait for court cases to happen in order for us to come in, right from the onset, in terms of capacity, in terms of strengthening and ownership that we are talking about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's a gentleman there in...
Hello, my name is Murtaza Hosseini. I am working at the Hansardal Foundation. We have heard a lot about local content, and the question of mine would be, if we focus so much on local content, on developing local industries, workforce, and businesses, how could we actually prevent protectionism, or maybe even over-protectionism, in order not to actually create negative effects on the oil and gas industry, in order to actually getting foreign investors or avoiding them to let them invest in the country? So that would be probably addressed to Ms. Hangero. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was a gentleman here in front.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Noah Paulo from Angola. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a general manager of a company called TechSep. For sure, we are learning a lot. I heard from Mr. Esume that Nigeria started oil activities in 1903, and the local content law was approved in 2010. Is that correct, right?
Correct.
Angola started oil activity in the 50s, and the local content law was approved in 2020. Namibia started 2022, right? Oh, yes, 22. And they're expecting to produce first oil in 2030. If I go back to Angola again, I think we are organizing the 4th Oil and Gas Conference. Namibia is already organizing a 2nd one, even without having seen the first droplet of oil. So I see some advantage here, disadvantage for Namibian company when the lady from Deloitte was talking about the survey they did. They found that some 40 companies or 40% of local companies are ready for oil and gas industry. Now, if you look back, take the example of Nigeria and Angola. When the law came in place, we had companies already working. We grew within the industry, so we had experience. I'm saying that because this oil and gas industry has its own specifications, standards, rules, norms. Companies have to be ready. Saying that, I'm just giving an advice to Namibians to be ready, because you are ahead of the game. So prepare your company to be ready to tackle, to go with force for this, what the law is trying to put in place for them. Because the operators will set the rules as well. These companies that they've been identified, they will be selected.
So is there a question? Because
Comment, yes.
Yeah,
They have to be selected and after be eligible for contracts. So Namibia has no right to fail. Namibia has to get it right. So we Africans can be proud of you. So the saying that oil is a course for Africans, we want it to be a blessing. So you guys please help us to get there. Now, my question to
The question is only coming now.
Yes.
Hi,
My question
my
to
guy.
these two men, because I am also the.
Then you have 2 seconds.
Yes, I'm also the chairman for the indigenous company of Angola, of the local content. My question to you is, please, based on your experience, your personal opinion, do you think that's good to have this board, this monitoring board for the local companies be embedded into a governmental institution, or it has to be independent? Your personal opinion, even though you've gone through, but I want to hear your personal opinion. What do you think about it? Second, help me please, because I'm struggling as a chairman to get my associates to contribute to create a fund for our association. You said that you have 400 million. I have nothing. Please help me to get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The questions are quite relevant. I think Mr. Ranti, then Ms. Louise, and then Mr. Esume on the creation of the board.
Okay, to the last speaker, I'm also from a local service association. We're about 30 years. Because we believe in what we stand for, we fund the association. In fact, we pay $5,000 a year, each member. And we use that to run a lot of advocacy work. When they have, like Namibia law, we engage experienced lawyer, we sit down, we look at it, we look at our own interest, we look at areas not too good for us, we engage the legislator, we bring our views to them, we create awareness programs to showcase our views. And those are the ways that we were able to actually, be effective in the field. On the regulators will say, but for me, I think it's nice to have an independent regulator. And he has explained the composition of the board of the Nigerian regulators. It's industry driven. So that means even the few government officials, if they want to go the government way, their votes will be minority. So that means that board will not be able to, reach a conclusion that won't favor the industry. So I think those are some of the, models that allow, the independence, and we believe in them. We see ourselves as the end product, as the success of our regulators. Their programs, their activities, we take advantage of it, and you can see it. And that's why most of the funds are also used to support us. We even have a working capital, $1 million, 5%, in addition to their standard package of $10 million over 5 years, at about 5%, 5 to 8%. I think that's what we've done. I think that's...
Thank you. Ms. Louise, on the capacity and role for the local lawyers, how can they participate in oil and gas initiatives without waiting for high court judgments or Supreme Court judgments from where they can have learnings? How can they now get themselves ready? That was your question, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Nigerian experience.
Yeah.
Pardon.
Do you want to start with the Nigerian experience, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So for us again, we continue to share experience and also learn from others. My last position before I came on this role, I used to work in the Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate, and I used to monitor services utilization. And what do we mean by services utilization? One is finance, second is insurance, third is legal. So, legal services, the question we ask, and which is embedded in the NOGIC Act, the Local Content Act in Nigeria, is that all legal services pertaining to the oil and gas industry must be done by a Nigerian lawyer or a law firm with office in Nigeria, except project management services, which is 50% in Nigeria and then 50% out country. So we have a lot of activities that are carried out, agreements, litigation, arbitration, and all that by Nigerian law firms because it's a part of the act and we require compliance. Now, we also understand the fact that because the companies are multinational, they also need to utilize some of the legal services from their home country. And because some of the transactions are cross-border, so you certainly need those participation by lawyers across different jurisdictions. And that's why yesterday when I spoke, I said, we have been very pragmatic in terms of implementing local content to open the window for this sort of activities that you require out-country services against in-country services. So for us, Nigerian lawyers are actively involved in the oil and gas industry, and there's a huge skill set in that area. We have different big commercial law firms who deal with that. I also had a question around protectionism. So what we've done basically is not to shut the door, but to also create opportunities for local companies. I mentioned 3 distinct areas: onshore, shallow water, and deep offshore and offshore activities. Where are those places that we have skills, we have competencies, we have abilities to be able to perform land and shallow water? If we have those kind of competencies, it means that we must give opportunities to Nigerian companies to play in that field. Offshore, we do not have the sort of competence that we can play. We have 100% activities for foreign companies. Again, in the land and onshore and shallow waters, you still have partnerships. And I'm happy that I see more than 10 Nigerian companies here. Pre-Nordic Act, I probably won't be seeing them here. I see Stars, one of the biggest marine services provider. I see Ranti, who is doing well in engineering. There's Nick here. There's Bristol, and so on and so forth. What we have done is to ensure that we build local capacity, but not to prevent international players to be in country. I also had the question of funds. So there are 2 different funds. There's the fund that Ranti and his team in the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, they have on their own. It's their contribution because they are members of that association. For us as a regulator, we know that access to fund is a big challenge. And so we created the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund. That fund is what we give to companies for asset acquisition. We give to companies for community contractors, and then contract financing at single-digit interest. The reason why most of the local companies cannot compete with international companies mostly has to do with funding because of the high interest rates that you get from local banks. So we do that with our fund at single digit, and that's why during COVID-19, a lot of our companies could still be in business. We actually gave them moratorium in terms of repayment. So I think that for your independent group in Angola, you can also look at that sort of formula. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I do have two heads as I'm standing here, and I must exploit the other head. In your explanation around legal services, you spoke about also monitoring insurance utilization. What does that entail?
Okay, so we have an insurance industry in Nigeria that is still growing. The industry, as we all know, is an industry that is high risk. That is an industry that is safety conscious. That's an industry that requires a lot of funds to set up equipment, set up facilities. So the Nigerian insurance industry is not big enough to be able to insure the entire risk in the industry. However, it's important that they are also involved in the business. I spoke about linking the oil and gas industry to other sectors of the economy. And that linkage includes services, financial services, utilizing Nigerian banks, insurance services, utilizing Nigerian insurance firm, and legal services, utilizing Nigerian lawyers. So the whole idea is to be able to increase the ability of Nigerian insurance companies to play in that space or partner with international insurance firms to be able to provide some risk cover for facilities and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was one more question before we close around how do we ensure the gentleman's question, I think, was directed to Luis, no?
I think he covered it.
It's covered?
Yeah, he covered it, that we are not necessarily closing our door to the international companies. All we are saying is that take our local companies along. Okay. If you can do knowledge transfer, if you can do skills transfer, because even if you empower local companies, we still won't be able to fully take ownership of the industry. So we are open to the international firms to participate in our industry, but where we can, the services that we can fully offer as Namibia, we would want those to be ring-fenced to the Namibians. That's all we are saying. I think my brother from Nigeria has covered that.
Thank you very much. I think before we close, just if each of you could just give one takeaway or one lesson, literally 1 second, because in Namibia at 5:30, yeah, is the time. Yuan, and then we'll go down the row.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think from an insurance perspective, as you know, we're in for the long run. So this is we're obviously going to do what our colleagues just said is, we're going to start slow and build capacity because it is a knowledge building but also financial capacity to be able to retain more. And then it'll take time.
Thank you. Chair.
Yeah, it's a graveyard shift, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think what's important is just as a takeaway is just let's bear in mind some of the risks that are involved in not taking action quickly. So thank you for our colleague from Angola who put it very well to say that it's good that Namibia is ahead of the curve comparatively. So let's not find ourselves in a situation when we talk of the infrastructure requirements that, we find ourselves with value that could have been retained here that is gone. So, and government, again, Luis and myself in the minister's boardroom, I think we had a debate 2 weeks ago where we were discussing the need to, and I'm happy I see it in the policy document, the need to expedite that supplier database and vetting process. So let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis?
No, for me, the message to the Namibians is that the focus should be on the sustainability of the industry. We should ensure that we have strategic partnerships. We enter into meaningful partnerships with the international firms, and that we don't all have to directly be involved in the extraction business, directly in the extraction business. There are a lot of indirect businesses that we can all participate in. We must have seen, for those that were in the room when the IBS report was being presented, that at the production phase and the construction phase, in direct jobs that can be created by construction in the development phase are only 600, but the indirect jobs are in thousands. So let's ensure that we all don't. The pie is too big. We won't even be able to finish it. But there's more benefit for us to provide the services to the industry.
Thank you, Louis.
Yeah, because your industry is a deep water industry. So most of the activities you will see will come from the multinational service companies. So you should try to maximize that advantage, that opportunities, while you wait, because your FPSO will come and be towed offshore. So basically, for you to participate in that, you need to build relationship with people that have experience there. If not, it will be tough to take that advantage. So you have to be persistently attend all opportunity fairs, engage Louis and the government to ensure that they avail to you opportunities in the deep water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I spoke about the bicycle, the rider, and the road that you need to ride the bicycle. The most important person in that model is the environment, who is going to make the environment favorable for the riders to come out and ride on the road? The government of Namibia. The government is a key factor in ensuring that you are able to take advantage of the opportunities that your oil and gas industry brings to create a prosperous Namibia and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have 2 stories I'll tell.
No.
Very short.
No, not 2 stories.
No.
One ball to drop. One, my brother.
I have to because of the nature, but one is a lady in Angola who used to have some people come and cut grass for Total and some other companies. And what she's done is she's grown her business. From that, now she owns planes and she owns several farms across Angola. She's very well known. I'm sure the Angolans would know who I'm talking about. And second is a driver who asked me if he could work on an FPSO. And he's gone from being a driver to being a superintendent on board one of our vessels now. Now, what I'm trying to say is do not limit yourself. Do not stop at what you're being told that you can do. Just keep being persistent and keep asking and keep forging ahead. And the industry is large, very large. And there's so much you can do if you move your skills to what can be beneficial to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think some of the key takeaways is just that it's a long haul. There are other sectors that are indirectly linked. And to my brother in Angola, we have put maybe not just the continent, but the globe in shock in how we transitioned into power. We will do it again with oil and gas. We will put the world to shock in how we would manage it. Our roads are very well tarred. We have the right drivers now. The engine, as you can see, is oiled. Now we hope with your guidance and lessons that it will be a relatively less bumpy. And MPOC is here, but the Dutch disease will not come.
Grace, if you don't mind just joining us for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Grace was an excellent moderator in managing our panelists. Thank you once again to our moderator and our panelists. If you would just kindly stand for a group photo, move closer to one another, and then if you would please exit the stage to your right to receive a token of appreciation. Thank you once again to our panelists and moderator. Let's give them another round of applause. Ladies and gents, earlier we announced that you will receive feedback forms. You might have noticed that we did not go for the afternoon tea break. We will place those forms on your seats tomorrow, and then you can kindly complete the feedback forms. So as we conclude the first day of our conference, Dr. Wolf Wollers, Chairperson of the Board of Directors at the Hans Zeidel Foundation and Commercial, Mining and Energy Lawyer at ESA Namibia, will provide a recap and summary of today's discussions. Let's give Dr. Wollers a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm not a doctor, and that is too much of an honor. Just Mr. Wollers, if I have the dubious honor of really addressing the true graveyard shift, and I promise you I will keep this as short as I can. As you would have noticed, we've had a number of very good speakers today. There was a lot of very good discussion going on here. And we just wanted to highlight on the part of the Hans Zeidel Foundation and the other principal sponsors of this conference what the main points were that were discussed. We hope that is of some value. There's clearly different views about a lot of things. There's a lot of energy in this room, and there's a lot of interest in getting it right for Namibia, which is very, very good from the perspective of the Hans Zeidel Foundation. Okay, so first of all, Mr. Jason Kasuto from the EAN's chairperson told us that there are 4 keys to create a successful oil and gas industry. He singled out knowledge and skills transfer, he singled out infrastructure, he singled out capital mobilization, and lastly, in-country value creation strategy. Secondly, Ms. Nangula Wanja from the NIPDB raised the critical question, which is really at the heart of this conference, about skills development. What if Namibia invests in skills and, as unfortunately is often the case in Africa, these skills go leave for better shores where the remuneration is better or where the conditions are better? So, in essence, it is heartwarming to hear that the NIPDB takes the position that Namibia will invest in skills regardless of what. And that is also, I guess that's something that every company in this country will have to do. You cannot afford not to teach them, and yeah, so you just have to do it. Then Ms. Uanja also pointed out the objectives of the strategic conference was to foster strategic partnerships, to explore opportunities for locals and facilitate dialogue on future energy in Africa, to strengthen Namibia's position as a hub of energy. We understand that this conference will become a regular event on the calendar of Namibia. Then the Deputy Minister for Mines and Energy, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, gave us an interesting speech about, first of all, what she referred to as the 12 commandments for the development of a Namibian oil and gas industry. We would like to single out a few. First of all, effective management of the oil and gas resources. Secondly, the role that international oil companies should be playing to ensure local prosperity. Thirdly, that NAMCO, it's clearly the interest of the government that NAMCO must be a key player in the oil industry to ensure oil and gas prosperity for all Namibians. Then she pointed out the sustainable exploration of oil and gas, like in Norway. We know that the government has taken first steps on a sovereign wealth fund, but it is, of course, critical that this whole endeavor receives some more traction. I'm not sure where it stands at the moment. Then she pointed out the oil and gas sector should enable energy independence of Namibia. which is an important goal for this country as traditionally having been a net importer of most commodities. And then lastly, she referred to the requirement, or at least the government's aims of achieving transparency, equity and collaboration to ensure a prosperous oil and gas industry. Then we turned to the first session of Maggie Shino, the Petroleum Commissioner, and she pointed out, as was also mentioned in the last panel, that Namibia's ability to take over oil and gas services and our readiness is assessed at approximately 45%. She also pointed out that in the current phase, Namibia is busy with the appraisal and exploration phase. We're getting close to oil. Close means a couple of years still to go. She pointed out that the first final investment decision is expected in 2025, and the first oil drills are apparently to come in at the end of December this year already. So that comes straight from the Petroleum Commissioner. Then lawyer Shakwa Nyambe pointed out or expressed his view that there was a need for an independent regulator for the upstream oil and gas sector, and government and legislature to establish a policy and regulator as the administrator. As a fellow lawyer, I would like to remark another regulator, but that's what was proposed. Then secondly, he pointed out the factors to accelerate oil and gas in Namibia, which are very much in favor of Namibia, is the current stable political environment, but also what is required is a global energy demand, commodity prices, and technological advancement. And that brings us back again to the issue of skills development in Namibia, which is, again, really at the heart of not only the development of Namibia as a country, but also this conference. Then, lastly, I want to point out it is a very exciting time for Namibians to experience this, and maybe Namibians or Namibia is not quite ready for the oil industry yet. It is, and that was also pointed out in the last panel, it is really for us Namibians to pull up our socks and make sure that we get ready for the oil industry, because certainly the oil industry is ready for us. A couple of critical points that may need to be addressed would be, first of all, the need for regional cross-border integrated infrastructure. As you would know, in Africa, there's little by cross-border trade, and countries tend to be quite isolated with regard to their infrastructure and their operations. Secondly, there's a need for regional cross-border integrated cooperation and collaboration. I mean, those would be issues like work permits, having services readily move from one country to another. Also, matters that are not really regularly seen either in the SADC or in the African continent. Then, thirdly, the requirement for access to financing, always a topic. The need for competitive local content policies, and my observation is that, and the statement made by Mr. Ionga from MODEC was, government should be providing an incentive, a carrot rather than the stick. Whereas I'm not so sure when I hear some of the policies that are being floated around whether there is not a more rigid idea of imposing a policy. So either way, it is important that whatever comes out of these discussions on the local content policy must be competitive, and it must make sure that Namibia attracts investors as opposed to losing them. Then also what was mentioned in the last panels was the need for a national workforce database, and I was given to understand that that is being worked on at the moment at the ministry. And then lastly, the same for a supply chain database. If I promised you 5 minutes, and if it was 5 minutes and 30 seconds, then I'm awfully sorry. You will enjoy the drinks coming after this event so much more. Last words from the Hans Seidel Foundation and the other sponsors. We want to thank the Economic Association of Namibia, the NIPDB, and all the sponsors and supporters, but specifically and particularly, we want to thank all of you as the participants to this conference. It is absolutely heartwarming and endearing to see that there's real debates going on and that there is a real move on the part of Namibians to make this work for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wollers. That's how I got the information that somewhere you became a doctor. Let's give another round of applause. Ladies and gents, to wrap up our day, I now invite you to join in the foyer. There's still some refreshments, some coffee and tea, proudly sponsored by Total Energies. And then later on at 7:30, you are all invited to a braai here in Namibia. We call it a braai. In English, it's a barbecue, but it just doesn't taste the same even. So you've got to taste the braai. So you're all invited, sponsored by RMB and FNB. This is also a chance for you to relax, to network informally, and to enjoy Namibian hospitality at its best. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early again, and we'll start sharp at 9 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for the day.